you, Corey Reeves? I gotta put my glasses on. Yay, yes. How are you guys? It's 12:13 on the 27th. Oh, Alex, how did the holidays go, Genevieve? It's over. That's what I have to say about that. How about we leave it at that? It's over. It's over. Now comes the real holidays, right? It's a new dawn. It's a new day. Wow. That's my hair. Isn't that thick? Holy shitballs, eh? Looks like a piece of string. Yes, Alex, I love you. Thank you. I totally agree. Thank God it's over. Thank God. In the best way ever. I manifested no chaos and I'm at peace. And that's all that counts. I'm gonna keep it. It's so thick. I should use that as a string. See? Oh, did you see that? Wow. Orbs around my hair. Little string. Ooh. Yeah, no, I'm not gonna tie it around my finger. Here, I'll tie it around something. My little hair string. Going to make a bow. How are you, Corey Reeves? Yes, DNA. And when I am sad or when I am in disalignment, my hair gets very thin and it is not so thick that I can actually do this. So if I'm finding my hair that feels like a thread because it's so thick, that means I'm back on track. That my hair is thick enough to actually make knots. My hair is knotty. There we go. Knotty hair. How are you, Corey Reeves? Get some blue truck energy. Whew. Grab a coffee and get in the passenger seat. Get in. Get in the box. The pickup box. Think out of the box. I'm good, Corey. Did you ever hear Chariots of Fire? I found the chariot, eh? Remember I was looking for it, Alex? I found it. Did anyone hear Chariots of Fire yet? If not, it's coming. Chariots of Fire are a crystal ship, right? Swing low, sweet chariot. Okay, that's enough imagery. I'm gonna put the cards away from last time because I didn't. I haven't been on for 3 days or 2 days. I don't know. I don't know. Hey, kitty. Hey, Bo. Wanna come on? Wanna come on? Come on, you know you wanna come on, Bo. You're waiting for your Chariot of Fire, Corey Reeves? Right on. Be aware. It's a-comin'. It's a-comin'. It's the little things, eh? Sometimes it's not what we think it's going to be, but it's always there. It really is. How are you, Nova Nova? Happy 27th. 2 and 7 is 9. How are you? Alex G, I love that you said that. Thank you. When I cut my hair or my nails, I always throw it into nature. That is Yeah, spot on. Never throw it into the trash. I do. I don't always throw it into nature because sometimes I do throw it into the trash. Why? Because the awareness of what's around me. Therefore, when I do throw it into the trash, my intent is that whatever has been thrown into the bag is going for the greater good farther out into nature. Know what I mean, Jelly Bean? So, although nature is my go-to, number one, I sometimes, depending on what I feel, send it farther so it reaches farther, if that makes any sense at all. So, it's my way of turning everything into what's for the greater good, right? Because that's what I do. Yeah, the birds might like the hair. Yes, Nova. I was really young when I realized, like, because I go like this and, oh, see? Hair comes out. So throwing it across Canada with intent and wishes and just protection. The older, the more that I walk on this earth, the more I'm conscious of when I pull my hair, that it's a gift. And
mine doesn't go like that at all. I don't shed.
Lily Rose does not shed the way that I do. I molt pretty much at all times.
Yep.
So I'm a package deal, meaning where I go, my hair goes, and it stays behind. So, yeah, Nova, your hair has to be like mine, and curly hair especially. Just when you pull at it, and yeah, but the intent of it, I try not to do what I just did and just put it anywhere because it's carpet here, and then I make little hairballs. So yes, hairballs, strands have a tendency to be left behind. Right, Nova? And then I have those special times of the year where I shed a lot. So, whoa. Yeah. Back before, when I used to use a hairdresser person who did my hair, I cried to him once. I was like, what's wrong with me? Like, why do I lose so much hair? Am I dying? Like, am I sick? And he just laughed and laughed, and he's like, your hair's so thick. You have so much of it. If you didn't lose a certain amount, what would happen to you? You would be just a head of hair. And he just laughed and laughed because he knew he was the one that was playing in it for like from 2000 until for 13 years. For 13 years, he had free reign of my hair, like whenever I chose to go. So, yeah, his name was Danielle. Danielle. Yeah. Don't just let anybody touch your hair. Alex says, where I'm going, hair does not always come with me. Exactly. Yeah, you're the opposite. 1221, you said that. It's 1222 now. You're the opposite as me, Alex. You don't leave a trail behind of the hair. I do. I really, really do. Nova, I took a picture of two really fat pigeons. No space between them. I showed my friend and he said they are the nest. I laughed. That's funny. They don't come around as often as I thought they would, the pigeons that are here, but well, they do. They do come around, but sometimes it's when I'm not there, so I see their tracks in the snow. But they're gorgeous, and they are quite chunky. They are quite chunky here as well. I call them city pigeons. I had never seen such things. I wasn't even sure they were pigeons. I thought they were some sort of like majestic new city bird. But yeah, they're just fatter pigeons. How are you, Ray of Thoth? How's it going, eh? Ooh, how's it going, eh? Yeah, Nova, I love the pigeons, especially the fat ones, and I love their sounds. Yes, and the colors of them, eh? The colors of them, Nova, are just so like raw. Holy, oh, I get lost in the plumage of them just because when they move too, there's a different brilliance and brightness to every tone of their colors and shadings. So, oh my gosh, Nova, that's huge. The pigeons were so fat that it looked like they didn't even have a head. Right on. Yes, many colors, blue, greens, and purples. Yes, they're very aurora-like to me. Pigeons are very aurora borealis type of northern lights type of look to me. That's why I like them so much. Oh, Ray of Thought, that's awesome, dude. Doing well. Things have been magical. Life situation's still happening, but it's all about perception. Just rowing my boat merrily down this stream. Dude, thank you for writing that out like that. I enjoy reading the comments that like flow through that have that thing. Yes, I feel that as well. And as long as I have no expectation, because as soon as I hit any expectation, my magical feeling dulls. Yeah, I'm going to be straight up honest about that. If I fall into anything of like, I want this expectation, like if I want something, then I go off track of feeling magical. As long as I'm in surrender mode, rowing down my boat, merrily down the stream, I am magical and miracul. As soon as I want or expect or think something's going to happen, I'm fucked. So everything's always a constant letting go of. Where you say it's about perception, exactly. And staying in the highest light with no reaction, higher road, higher ground at all times, not perpetuating any story, so therefore everything stays magical, is how I'm finding staying anchored, if that makes any sense at all. Nova, I had another friend who had never seen pigeons that huge. He started laughing so hard. Now I want to feed the fat pigeons. No kidding. Feed them for sure. Yeah, feed them for sure. Alex says half the village of pigeons eat at our house. Ray of Thoth, right on. It was fun because I got chills as I typed. And then I was like, look at that flow. Exactly, G-Sync. Yes, when I'm in live streams or when I comment on videos, that's why the authenticity and the stuff just flows. And I have that feeling as well. And that's the thing, is the growth of me, of the knowing of my journey and how it manifested itself is through the comments. That's how everything blew wide open, is through comments. And follow the shivers, they lead the way. So whatever feels good to say, just say it. And that's where the synchronicities just flow out. They really do, because you're just in flow of what you're saying without analyzing, judging, or stopping yourself. So that's where the connections, like rapid fire, how you can find somebody in somebody's video in a comment and then just know, boom, like resonance. That's it. Frequency doesn't lie. It's that fast when you allow yourself to show yourself on any level at all. Today, I haven't been present at all on any level, anywhere, really. If you saw my comment anywhere in a video in the last 72 hours, it's because I was there, and that's the only places I've been. So wherever I did go, like I left my trail like I usually do. like I watched Janice's videos and or certain little videos, but I hardly invested any time at all into videos and stuff. But today I went into Paul Butler's stuff, Prime Disclosure, and it was beautiful to see and read the authenticity of one person who really shed their disappointment of the date of 12/21, that there was no fucking solar flash, point blank. And I appreciated someone putting it out there how much it hurts, the anticipation of a date that so many people elevate, myself included, because the synchronicity of what 12/21 is, but the perpetuation of a grand solar flash on a collective level. How it feels to be, alone and not have had that happen when that's your biggest wish for the whole wide fucking world. And I found one person who just said it, and gratitude, because there's such a part of many people that felt that, surpassed it really fast because of, the fact of the journey of this is this, that there's always that anticipation of a date and shit around it perpetuated on so many levels that, boom. That being said, nothing is as it seems, and we are in a new passage, we are in a new world, we are in a different frequency. So that's where perception lies, the doors of perception. You know, we did it. We are on another side. Whether you feel that or not, or are aware of it or not, depends on where you're at and how you sustain your vibration all day and just choose your momentum, right? But we're there. We are. The page is turned. Everything. All the synchronicities, all the big target points of click, click, click of what the greater scheme of the plan is for my round table of what I know of it, we're on track. Everything is, everything did happen with the conjunctions. That's it. Whether you want to look at the outside surface world and be disappointed that there wasn't a grand solar flash, there was. That's it. That's our inner belief system and how we're hardwired and have opened up and choose to harness our DNA in the now, right? So, new world, new ways. Are you reacting in the same ways of a 3D perspective? Because that's where the fine line is. And that's it. It really is. You choose. So this is what I was stirring up a few minutes ago, and boom. It kind of goes with everything I just said. Right? Let it shine. Are you waiting for the whole world to tell you that, we've hit a solar flash and you need to let it shine? No. Been told all along, it's an individual journey. You manifest your heaven on earth by letting yourself shine. That's it. Ray of Thoth. It's in the way things are supposed to work, in the flow with the divine. We aren't supposed to control this realm and everything in it, despite those that want to. You still plan, you still think ahead, but you remove expectations. Exactly. So the planning and thinking ahead, of certain things, but without expecting that it's actually going to happen. So everything that's happened for us in our reality in the last weeks is, boom, boom, boom. It was supposed to happen certain ways. It didn't. Are you still in your heart space and feel good about that? That's it. Yes, Ray of Thoth. Taught many lessons in expectations and hype. Exactly. The feeling that I will be whole when this happens, or when I meet this person, or I get this thing. No, you are whole now. Seek and ye shall find. Exactly, Ray of Thoth. You are already whole now. You don't need more absolution. You don't need more forgiveness. You don't need to bathe in your wounds anymore. You're just done. You just, you know, you can say one thing out loud and then realize that this isn't giving me shivers. It's not feeling good. It's an old pattern. You just re-step back on your track. That's it. Nova, do I have catnip? No, I have not gotten catnip yet. I'm kind of scared to get catnip because there's so many brands of stuff, and I don't want to stone my cat out on some like cheap ass shit that hurts him. I know that might sound weird, but just, I'm going to put it on the level of if you have a baby and you just assume that every product that has a baby picture on it or that is sold in a store is good for your baby. It's not, right? So I don't know anything about catnip. Even if I've had cats all my life, we never used catnip, ever. So I don't know what to get. You know what I mean? He's very active at night, so he's very catnippy on his own after and at certain time periods. So he has his automatic catnip juice booster in stock. He just chooses to use it, randomly in the middle of the night. I'm mostly up randomly in the middle of the night as well. That's why I'm aware of it, because otherwise I must sleep through it, just because he's allowed to have his little time too, right? But yes, Ray of Thoth, we need to teach, understand of energy, vibration, frequency, manifested form. And part of the teaching, because we're students as well all the time, is what is accepted of certain speak. So meaning so many third dimensional programs of how we speak openly every day that's considered jest, sarcasm, or jokes is really just, all the wound shit trying to come out. So, cutting the fine line. And anyone who speaks to me in the background, especially because I don't perpetuate the 3D patterns. So one of my ways of writing it out that can sound severe, some people back away from me and they won't talk to me anymore in the background because I say, I won't play high school. There's no he said, she said with me. So meaning I've said often that I'm intertwined. I have trinities with certain, I'm going to call it the twin flame unions, or just divine partners, or people who love each other. So I'm not going to name any names, but I'm a trinity with certain people. So I don't know. Just for the record, I don't know what he said and what she said, because that's all stories. The greater perspective of the trinity that I am is to hold space. So there are certain conversations that I have, but never in a way that if someone walked into the room, it would feel like high school and somebody would feel shamed. So certain 3D patterns of conversations, the story's not important because it's all linked back to something that's inner work's not done. So holding space doesn't hurt the third person who's not in the conversation, meaning it cuts out, there is no listening to the story because the story doesn't exist. Right? And that's how we teach to sustain frequency. As soon as anything hits where if something wasn't openly said or transferred to the other person because there's a shame of talking a certain way, then that's not elevated. And that's that, right? So the mama bear thing is real, and the mama bear loves the all. And so, you don't throw a baby cub under the boat just because something supposedly happened, because the he said, she said, or they said is just too big. That's high school. We don't play that anymore on this side. Yes, Agony and Gethsemane, we need to understand before we teach. I don't resonate with that because we teach as we learn to understand. We're perpetual student teacher all the time, because if we ever thought we understood anything, we could have never been parents, right? Because parenthood is thrown upon us, whether we choose it or not, depending on avatar type of situation that was manifested, right? But we don't know about being a parent until we learn as we go. And the child teaches us by with their needs and wants and what, you know, what we can provide. We're always learning, always learning. Yes, Angel Fish, I just saw you pop up down there. I'm going to catch up to you. How are you, sweetie? Good example is the best teacher. Good example is the best teacher. And one of the classic things is, you know, parents who grow up, everything they said that, you know, when you were a child or a young adult that you were not going to perpetuate on your kids, but then you perpetuate double. You know, so do as I say, not as I do. Sit there and look pretty, or, you know, sit still and don't speak. Alex says, my mother always looks at the horoscope and tells me what year I'm going to have and how much money I'm going to have. I always laugh. Alex G, sometimes I feel like she's just telling me to get a reaction from me. I do think so. Yes, I love your mom because I'm that kind of mom. I know the things that like will bug, you know, so yeah, I'll repeat them just to be like stable in that repetition of the annoying, the eye rolling, right? In the best way. Ray of Thought, I can imagine that, Alex. Yeah, me too. Me too. Ray of Thought, my cat always sleeps in the evening and goes nuts when we are trying to bed. Yeah, he saves his booster for our bedtime. Exactly. Oh, I can get some money. Tuna, chicken liver, skillet. Dried foods, canned foods are not real. Yeah, I know, eh? Thanks, G. I know, eh, Alex? Ever since I was a kid, I find it strange that people would work to get a pension. It's the best joke in the world. I know, Alex. It is the best joke in the whole world for sure. Ooh, Nova, good point. I noticed I'm more focused on the speech patterns of people I'm listening to. Yes, that's spot on, Nova. Listening to speech patterns with the heart, right? So when you listen to speech patterns with the heart, then you realize that most people aren't actually saying anything at all. Or a lot of people aren't saying anything at all. It's like want because their heart space isn't open. So what people are actually talking about, where, you know, energy flows where attention goes. So whatever the stories that are being, you know, coming out is anymore at all. Right? That's it. So that's where we choose our reality. Where do we invest our time and put our energy to be a part of certain things for the exchanges, right? Angelfish, I'm in the process of being a better example to myself. Aw, that's a nice one, Angelfish. Yes, me too. I love you too, Angelfish. I love the way you write G my shell. Okay, G, I get it. Thank you. Ray of Thoth, weird place to be in this process of being conscious of in making choices, but not the point. Unconscious behavior is overridden, but through mindfulness awareness, we observe the unconscious behavior. Yeah, I think really it's just not reacting. Calm in the eye of the storm, because when there's no reaction, stories can't perpetuate, and that's where the holding of space can begin. That's where holding space begins. Good one, Ray of Thoth. Sometimes I think I'm just explaining the same thing over and over in different words. Unconscious, subconscious, consciousness, synonyms, the thesaurus. Yes, I completely resonate with that. The thesaurus. And I like that you wrote that, Ray of Thoth. I see a lot of truth in that. I've been saying it for a long time, where for me up here, I'm just saying the same things all the time, just in a different ways, different energy, different, you know, different day. But the consistency of the same flow. Exactly. Okay, Nova, you gonna go? Okay. We'll see how it goes. I'm not sure what's gonna come out and how long. Thanks for being here, Nova, and talking about the pigeons. Hey, Nicholas Transcends, how are you? I just put this on, like, I don't know, wherever I did. It's 33:45 I've been on. It's 12:44 Eastern Time. 12:44 Eastern Time. I pulled the peacock so far.
12:45. I just saw it move.
You saw it flip? I love when that happens, eh? Lily Rose saw the 12:44 go to 45. Let it shine, let it shine, let it shine. See that little heart space? Open it up. Open it up. Don't let it close back up. Let the sun shine in. Face it with a grin. Open up your heart and let the sun shine in. Ray of Thoth, yes, especially when you can perceive it as energy, vibration, frequency. I was gonna just blah, 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 but I keep getting messages, just stop using the word just in trying to simplify things. Yeah. Mostly I just don't talk a lot anymore. You know, although it might seem like I do because I come on and do a live stream and hold that live stream and sustain it, does not mean that's how it is in real life, right? So I just choose to be open to whatever is needed at the time. And yeah. Oh, Angel Fish, we have new cards. Bro and sister cards. Wild Unknown Tarot Spirit Animals. That's awesome, Angel Fish. Right on. We're gonna pull a goddess. Might have to go put socks on. That's okay, Ray of Thoth. I think it came out in the wash, what I said. But sometimes I try to read word for word instead of just reading the comment the way that it's meant as well. Woo! She just came out, eh? Angel Fish said, please send snow. Sounds good to me, baby. Ooh, Aphrodite, Romantic Love, number 2. That's a lot of pinks. There's a swan in there. Ooh, wow, there's 2 swans. Can you guys see the swans? Find the swans. Can you see them?
I see one. There's 2?
Yeah.
Oh, I see it. There's one pink and one white. Number 2. There's 2 swans and it's number 2.
You got your shipment of Palo Santo, G? Oh, wow, yeah. I saw your email, and you know what happened? When I read your email, I didn't answer it. It's the same, I'm just using the same P.O. box. Just don't write the Nichols Street anymore. I haven't answered you. I'll answer you. When I read your email, I jumped up and started looking for the one that you sent me. I can't find it. I'm not a bad, but Yeah, I suck because I lit it once and then I brought it around and I did that thing where I put it down and I was going to remember where I put it and now I can't find it. Whoa, angelfish tried to put cards up and the bear threw itself on the ground. Oh, roar. Right on, angelfish. The bear energy is huge for me right now. I was blessed. One of the gifts that I received yesterday, I think it was yesterday, it could have been the day before, but Angie sent me a video of a bear just walking a trail. A bear walking a trail, and yeah, the timing of her sending me the bear, well, the timing of her sending it, and that's the thing is I check the timestamp of when stuff happens, and like I'm there so fast, so somebody will post or share something with me and I'm on it so fast. When it's the energy that's like meant to come to me, such as the bear, angelfish is the brown bear is my bear. Right on, sweetie. How's your day today, Nicholas? Do you have I would like to say that it's gray overcast skies, but they're more silver-like. They're more silver-like. It's like a diamond type of sky. That's how beautiful the sky is, even if the sun's not out. Is Pooh Bear a brown bear? I don't know. I'm not so into Winnie the Pooh. I never, like, I enjoy him like anyone else, but not so much. I'm more of a grizzly type of bear person. Aphrodite, number 2. The Greek goddess of romantic love, Aphrodite, represents a state of ecstatic being that she now invites you to cultivate within. You can experience the world as a sensual, expressive, creative being if you allow yourself the freedom to explore what this means to you. Perhaps this is a portent of new partnering or a deepening of one you already have. Or perhaps this is a time for you to claim this aspect of your nature which may have lain dormant for a while. Aphrodite invites you to fall in love with your life now by choosing to look at the essence and expression of love all around you. By doing so, love will increase tenfold, and you will seek evidence of it everywhere you turn. This is your sacred task when Aphrodite chooses to aid and empower you. Your alignment task is to stay present, release judgment, and see the treasure of what lies in front of you. You may discover something painful is actually a beautiful gift. Indeed, it could be exactly what you need to release the old patterns that no longer serve you. Be careful of the addictive quality of longing, yearning for elusive love, and fixation on desired outcomes. I talked about that earlier, expectations. This only increases more of the energy of unmet desire, and you may find yourself unable to discern what is true. So release expectations and attachments and simply see what arises. Remain aware and accountable for your side of things. Make amends if you need to, and trust that all is well. Even if your partnership with the universe may need refining, as you let go of your need to have things your way, call on the goddess Aphrodite to lead you to a healthier, more satisfying experience. Oh, I like that. I think that flows into what I was saying at the beginning, eh? Not that I had wrapped it in romantic love energy at all, but it was pretty pink. You know, if you could see the colors, the pink is there. But yeah. No expectations, eh? Blue skies with airplane dew and bright sun. I like the airplane dew. It's good for me. Ray of Thoth. Pooh Bear is a honey bear. I always wanted to be able to eat the honey the way Pooh did. You have gotten stuck in the honey pot, angelfish? Ooh. Shh, what are you scratching on? Don't scratch that. Pooh Bear is a state of perception. Good one, Nicholas. I'm just gonna go check my cat if he's doing. What? Where are you scratching? Oh, you shutting the door? Your cat's a weirdo.
Bless me.
Bless you for sure. You hear her sneeze? Thank you, Angelfish says bless you too, honey. Okay, Nicholas, I gotcha. You got weed called Apollovia? Ooh. I'm gonna start with a crystal, Nicholas. You're gonna go to dinner, but you're listening? Aw, okay, Alex. What you eating? I'm gonna start with a crystal, Nicholas. And just a bit more. Got you all over, okay? Thanks for asking. The black tourmaline. Number 10, start at 1. Start at 1, Nicholas. And the black, eh? I don't tend to put black on a lot, but when I do, it's because it's really needed. So that I'm aligned with the cards in the black and the tourmaline. That's a big synchronicity in itself. It is. 10, black tourmaline. Healthy boundaries. Repelling and dispelling unwanted energies. Shielding and protection. Healthy interdependence. There's a saying that goes that good fences make good neighbors. Well-being likewise requires healthy boundaries that respects everyone's uniqueness, similarities, and differences. The appearance of black tourmaline spirit is a sign that now is the time to make sure those fences are neither impenetrable walls or so porous and broken down that you start to lose track of where you end and others begin. I really focus on the start at 1 because today's a new day. And I'm sorry, but when we came into the stream, it is that thing of it's over. It's over. We've turned the page. So I know, Nicholas, I can feel it. I can feel it. I can feel it everywhere. I'm grateful for you that you chose to go through everything you needed to do. Because this is where I'm gonna like 144% say exactly like what I said a few months back, is that this isn't about us manifesting shit because we don't feel worthy or blah blah blah. This is because we are such strong magnets and anchors that we must be in certain realities in order to ground, stabilize, be the beacon that our seeds that get left behind, even if we didn't say anything, because holding the higher ground still leaves a residue of frequency. Any and all interactions that could have manifested a reaction is for the greater good of what needs to be pivoted in other people. So that thing of the teachings of where we're at can have us feeling like, how the fuck did I get stuck in this fucking loop? You know, it's supposed to be the best Christmas ever of a new world, but like this shit still, like, for me, all I could think on Christmas was like 48 years. 48 years. I thought this was the pivot and that everything, everywhere. So kind of like a little bit of the deception of the grand solar flash that didn't happen, right? Is that certain things are still there. And seeing the higher perspective of your parents' wounds and all that shit just is like getting old. James Fox, dude, I've been thinking of you. Thank you. I meaning to email you, and I just, James Fox, I even said your name in a live stream if it wasn't the last one. In the last 3 live streams I pulled you in, I said your name. It's been too long. No, dude, you're with me always. That's how strong you are. Boom, Al, total sync. How are you? Stayed at Pigeon Forge, Tennessee, Margaritaville Hotel for a week after the road. Over 200,000 miles. I think I read that right? Going home now. Love you, dude. Thanks for the check-in. Yeah, Nicholas, I'm really just, you know, certain timelines and things need to be met. And that thing of thinking that it's because we're manifesting it because of wounds, I don't believe in that anymore. I see it more as the positioning of where we're meant to be. The positioning of where we're meant to be. You had a pretty good Christmas, James Fox, right on. Oh yeah, dude, totally thinking of you. Chase Croisier, I haven't had that check-in with him in a while, but his energy is just everywhere. I can feel him. And, proud of us that when we're able to just kind of discern where we're meant to be, our energies, our frequencies. And if you can say you had a pretty good Christmas, James Fox, then you're doing it right, because boom, it's about sustaining the best and highest frequency vibration as we can. And I can feel it collectively and within the tribe, just the sustaining of the vibration. I really can. There was not a crash and burn. Yeah, Nicholas, I understand that. I really do. I was not with them, but they were tormenting each other as per course. And I say no fucking more. They call me to gossip and gossip. Fucking sucks. Not caught in that web. Fuck that. I love you, Nicholas. I love when you bring your fucks out. Why? Because sometimes they're needed. And you just full circled everything I said at the beginning. I love you. I call it the fucking high school, the he said, she said, and if I pull away from it, don't bring it into my reality, whether that be anybody, right? So the way that I said it earlier, I don't know if you were here already, but it's like mama bear is mama bear at all times, and you're a papa bear. That's it. So it's at all times. So if you backed away from the situations, but you're still getting the interaction to be in it, because that validation is wanted, right? Somebody pick a side with me. Pick my side. Pick my side. So you had the best Christmas on record. Right on, Nicholas. I totally get it. Yeah. That's awesome. Thanks for that comment, because it's part of the thing, is that we're able, you follow your best, highest timeline. So you're not in the loops. You're not in the stuff. And then people want the interaction of you. Yeah, Nicholas, grow up. I'm trying to teach my fucking mom how to be a mother, and that's not my fucking place. Step the fuck back. Yeah. I get I get it. I really do. It's like, I want to be that naive, like, little crackerjack and just like whatever, right? I actually I said to somebody, go hug this person now. Like, what do you mean you don't hug? Go hug this person now. And yeah, just life doesn't turn out like all rosy like in a movie of everybody, having the life moments. Not at all. So, good. I hope you are smiling. I'm pulling a second card for you, Nicholas. I think the black term line, the reason I read out loud is for those that this resonates with, because although I'm pulling it because the guidance of you, I feel that this could be, very important for a lot of people, especially coming out of this energy and into the sustaining, a high vibration of everything happens for a reason. So whatever your timelines were in the last 48 hours of Christ Mass, we're on track. That's it. Yes, Nicholas, I must maintain my peace no matter what. Savage frickin' fucking boundaries. You can't stay elevated even with your partner if they're in fucking like, woe is me. You can't. There gotta be the back away. The stories have to be cut off, and the only way to cut the stories off is to hold space from afar and not be a part of the stories. And I called that in with cards not long ago. I forget what number it was and all that, but it said there's going to be another period of isolation. Why? Because you can't be a part of the stories. You must be apart from them. That's how we teach, is by saying no means no. I won't listen to this. I won't bring it into my reality. Because if I get sucked in to someone else needing the woe is me, then I'm not strong anymore to hold a space for anyone to fucking anchor their own selves. So it's like, it's like if you're search and rescue, you don't often jump in the water to save somebody. If you're search and rescue, you're throwing things out and pulling them in. You cannot jump in the water and save a drowning person without certain equipment. What is our equipment? It's our tool chest of saying no. Because people will fucking drown you with the stories. Victimhood is so annoying. James Fox, I've been going to a synagogue the comments ahead of time, and that's exactly it. Like, we're so in sync that I'm saying what you're writing. Don't let it pull you down. The instant your frequency changes, you be aware of it and back away in the middle of a fucking conversation. Stop it from happening in your reality. This doesn't mean you say to just figure out your ways. Figure out your ways to stay kind and benevolent, but not immerse yourself into anything, so that the things can play themselves out how they need to. There's many ways to guide people without becoming immersed or a part of anything. And the hardest thing is that it's not strangers who do this. It's as soon as you've opened yourself up, or have any kind of past, then the assumption, thank you, Ray of Thought, assumption consumption. People assume that they can consume your time with their stories, and they can't. Nicholas, right on. I totally agree. You can change the topic of conversation, James, if you let bravery shine through. Exactly. You can always steer something in another direction. And half of the way to steer something in a direction is to not put a focus on it. That's it. Yes, Nicholas, thank you. It's true, G. It's the stories that are what kept us trapped in cyclical damnation. Exactly. Because as soon as there's a story, you have to be here. So, and that's where the fine line is because we still speak to people. And when somebody tells something, but then is pulling, sees different perspectives, right? So when there's no blame and like the knives coming out, or the victiminess, so to tell a situation in order to see the higher ground perspectives of it, that's a whole different level. And that's where you can actually steer things to different stuff. So holding space just enough before it becomes something that feels bad, but bringing the bird's eye view perspective like fast. Thank you, Nicholas. That is so true. Most people let themselves down constantly, and therefore they have no hope or positive expectation for a good result to occur. Exactly. So most people let themselves down constantly, meaning you want to say no, but you say yes. Right there. You have let go of your sovereignty. You don't want to do something, but you're saying yes. And that's the thing, is the more your heart is open, the more you want to do things with others, for others. It's about the frequency and vibration of those things. So, the beauty of when you love yourself to the max is that you want to give to the max. So you're not eternally saying no. In fact, you offer and you give more. You just don't give the same ways. He's playing with my shirt. My shirt has ruffles in the back, and he's totally stuck in them. That's hilarious. I gotta show it. Oh, he just got loose. You see how they're ruffly? Is he gonna go back for one? Go for it. Go, Bo. Yeah, go. Oh my gosh. You got a little bit more? Okay, that's enough. He's playing with the ruffly stuff on my shirt. That's funny. I know, eh, Nicholas? I love it. I'm gonna wear this shirt more often. Oh my gosh. That's awesome, eh? I know not to wear certain things like of beadworks around him because that's different, but I never thought the shirt. Eh? You like my shirt? There's a hair. Oh, I'm gonna go get another coffee.
Oh,
if he jumps on me, I'm screwed. He's gonna get caught in me.
Look.
You're caught in your headphones?
Yeah.
You got the beats? You got the beats. Brave thought. It's energy, James. Going to say its quote again because it's going good. Don't shine your light in your friend's family's face, etc., for it will blind. Shine it on the ceiling, wall, floor, and they will be curious rather than offended. Boom! Ray of Thoth. James Fox says that's not a bad idea, Ray of Thoth. I think that I've never really worded it that way, but I totally resonate with what you're saying. And yes, instead of like having the focus of like ever wanting anyone, I just radiate it. So before, I would want for, yeah. And now it's just like that.
I think it's just
So there's no one to teach anything because you're always open to teaching, but because everyone's teachable and then open to the reception of what you're learning. Because that's the thing is through the discernment of seeing that when people speak, like they're like, wah, lying to themselves, lying to the universe, lying to everything, I see the beauty behind the healing that's actually happening. Because when people do reach out and want to talk about their stories, there is a beauty behind that. There's just the fine line of how much to invest. So meaning when you can show someone on a certain level without making them feel ashamed that they're trying to perpetuate the story, help them see the higher ground when they're ready or if they need to, then the beauty of the exchanges like elevates and is different as well. James, thanks for saying that, James. That happens to me a lot. I was watching my boss talk to a customer and they were both shaking just from me watching them intently. Yes, that happens to me a lot where people will be speaking and that's the thing is when you just kind of are looking intently and with, I call it just being like that person that's, just present. Sometimes I'll feel their aura energy kind of realizing they realize that they're saying nothing. Or they realize that they are not, I'm going to use just basic words and not watch my words, but they realize they're not interesting or authentic. So meaning you can see an exchange of two people and you're kind of that like authentic person. So you're looking, even if it's strangers, and in the air there's no authenticity, right? And then they start to realize that they're just kind of want. And sometimes what that will do, the smile of somebody else passing by kind of up levels how people see themselves, right? And what they talk about, how they speak to each other. When people are really hard on each other in stores and I walk by, just the lightness of being, of walking by with a smile without judging, like why a mom can be like to her kid, because there's no judgment. All moms have been to their kid in public, man. You know what I mean? So when you walk by as the mom, it's evident because Lily Rose is beside me with this big smile on your face and a thumbs up. You got this, mom, so that she doesn't feel ashamed in the moment of the interaction she's having, because, sometimes it's just, that's when it is, right? Certain things elevates the frequency of how interactions are going. I don't know if that makes any sense at all, but yeah, I didn't mean to freak them out. I was just listening and they couldn't even look at me. Yeah, that happens to me. I get it. Nicholas transcends. Most people can't stand up to scrutiny. Exactly. So complete eye contact on some levels is just not possible for people. And that's what the greater good of the mask, the greater good of the mask has done, is that it's elevated people to a different stature of who they are, because the missing of smiles, the missing of eye contact, the missing of certain things has made it that certain people who would never, ever, ever, ever make eye contact now have started or beginning or completely make eye contact every day. So it has up-leveled how certain people interact, because they need that eye contact now. They don't have anything in certain other things, and they've had to up-level who they are of looking people in the eye. One of the things with masks is that it muffles conversations. So when people are in stores, they tend to look each other more in the eye because of the muffledness of the two masks, and sometimes the plexiglass has made it that there's more of an intent with the interaction that's going on, because you can't be half on your cell phone, distracted, talking to your kid, and thinking that the whole world revolves around you. People are aware now of their, where they are, of how long it's going to take in a store. So everything's changed of how people interact and what, so it's a big deal on a higher level of what the masks are doing and have done. Bigger picture. Ray of thought. This is why I love art, poems, expressions. So many beautiful expressions of creation. All the energy that manifests the all. Nicholas transcends. My daughter calls staring at people intently smoldering. You have that smoldering look, Nicholas, for sure. I would see you in public, and this is how I am, but you'd be that person I would go straight to and say something random to, because of the look and energy of you. I don't see many of us in real life, so when I do have people that have that high vibration energy, it's right look in the eye. What I have found, though, is that people with super supposed high vibration energy, so meaning I tried to interact and immerse myself, or even get a little loop into with the yoga people and certain crowds and perceptions of people. But when I brought myself into certain places that practice Reiki and do certain things, how I was perceived, and the energy and frequency wasn't of me finding my tribe at all, right? So the perception of why when people call themselves certain types of masters, but then they cannot look me in the eye for real and have an authentic one-on-one conversation, because I'm not, I see right through them, to be honest. You know what I mean? That's why when people, want to expose false light on the internet and say that certain people who have high followings, are false light and stuff, um, definitely, for sure. But that's where self-awareness comes in, because if you start screaming what the false light is, or where there's, certain cracks, and the heart is not of gold, then you're just pointing fingers at everything, because there's a crack in all of us at some point. You know what I mean? Ray of thought. I always smiled at others as a child. Yeah, me too. Me too, until a certain age where it was the eye. It was the eye and the look. I honestly, no, I wasn't very smiley. I started smiling in my 30s, to be honest. I'm more of a look you up and down. I know from what you perceive of me and how very happy and go lucky I can be. I was known as a black fucking goddess on so many levels as well. So it's very. James Fox says, I try to connect with everybody I communicate with, and it never works with the mask. But it never works with the mask because you just wrote it down in black and white, and you put never on the cap locks, James Fox. So there's no way it can work, because you're actually putting it in cap locks in black and white, saying that you try, but it never works. So really, you don't have to try. You just do it, and it always works because you don't see the mask, right? The mask isn't really a thing. You surpass that. You don't see it. You write, I don't like the mask. I don't wear one. I don't wear one either. I'm the only person. If you go back into my stuff, I've told the stories of, like, I'm the only person. When I see one person, I'm shocked, because I don't usually even see one other person. But my perception of everybody wearing a mask is that they're all equal to who I am. Their choice is just as sovereign as mine. I love complimenting people on their masks. It's my happy thing to see masks that stand out, because it's so easy to start a conversation with somebody who has a Batman mask or a Mickey Mouse mask or any type of thing, because right away I know what their thing is. I had the best conversation with the chick from Taco Bell just because she had an emerald green mask that she bought at the dollar store. So the story of how she got the mask, but I told her, like, the emerald is so beautiful. I love it. If I was gonna wear a mask, I would take that emerald mask right off your face. And she thought that was hilarious, because, I meant it. I meant it. I loved her emerald green mask that she bought at the dollar store. So that made her feel good, because she's got to wear her fucking mask at Taco Bell all day, slamming out tacos for people. So heck yeah, if she's going to wear a mask, she's going to look beautiful in it after I pass by. That's for sure. That's how I roll going out and about. Tree Hugger Dave, seems like falling like asleep people in the past needed facial emotional reading to know what the other's thinking, but deceived by illusions. With masks, we awake. We are now honing the skills of telepathy. Boom. Me love you, Tree Hugger Dave. Exactly. Exactly. So the sheep and the muggles are learning how to communicate in different ways without even knowing it. If you want to put it on a, like, bleh, I just said it in a different way. Because nobody's asleep. Everybody's in the same process. We're just all doing it differently, and different little, like, love it, love ball. Nothing's ever going to be solved with the same energy it was created with. Hence the fighting. Yeah. Ray of Thoth. Many people faking it till they make it, not realizing it's just delaying the inevitable emerging of one's awakening. If one's soul shedding layers is necessary, yeah. can't articulate this how I'd want so many perceptions. Thank you for this divine gift. Yeah, so many perceptions. Faking it till they make it. And you know what? Even when we're on all levels, faking it till we make it. Act as if, because sometimes, it's not always perky and it's not always easy, but you act as if and you fake it till you make it. So there's still that thing on all levels. So you wake up and you feel a certain way, you start looking around at the things to act as if. Acting as if makes it happen. But the faking it till they make it is like, what are the important things? People can want all the exterior stuff. If you don't have the heart of gold, it doesn't matter if you're bathed in gold, right? How are you doing, KK? Me been feeling ya. I felt you that I would hoping you would come because I pulled Aphrodite earlier and the pink. There's 2 swans on here, KK. And when I pulled this, I thought of you. How are you, darling dear? Me loves you. Love you too, KK. Nicholas says, must one really be a 12-dimensional master to realize that talking down to others is never good? I think not even the most third-dimensional being deserves a chance to be free. Exactly. Exactly. And what is the most third-dimensional being, right? Because just, yeah, everyone gets a chance. And that's it. She's beautiful, AKK. I'll send her to you later and just so you can have the energy of the colors. The shell, the way it is here, it's a shell-like pattern to me, eh? It's so shelly.
Yeah.
Me shell. You see my shell? Gee, my shell.
See my shell.
Nicholas, no one can talk down to you without your permission. Oh, Nicholas, I'm very, very, very strong, but you know what? Especially when my heart is wide open like this way, I'm so sensitive. I really am not gonna lie. I don't want to have to discern or to be, I'm sensitive, and it's not in a way of sensitive like, oh, don't attack me, because I'm okay in myself. I'm sensitive of hearing how other people talk about themselves. So if I choose to bring somebody into my reality and have any type of exchange of conversation and someone puts themselves down, like it hurts. That surpassing of that need to validate oneself by putting oneself down is just something I surpass it. It's like, I get it, but it's just like, I don't, I wouldn't talk to someone else that way. I don't want to hear other people talk about themselves that way. What number is on that card? It's a number 2. It's a 2, Karen. Number 2. Yes, move like water. I try as much as possible, James. Your moon gazing, it's 8:32 in Estonia. I have not seen the moon at all except for in pictures or that someone chose to share. It's significant. Good, KK. Grab your synchronicities from it. There's 2 swans in the picture as well that they're so discreet. I don't know if you can see them that way. That's why I'll send you the picture later. But to me, the swans stand out like big time. Big time. Like, they're just screaming out at me. Boom. KK says, I'm learning human design and I'm 2-line. Right on. I'm just going to take a moment. Is there anything you need from me, honey? Do you want me to make you a sandwich of something? Do you want me to make you an egg sandwich or something?
Sure.
Yeah?
Yeah. Do I need to do anything?
No.
Oh.
Do you want lettuce with cheese on it, Lily?
What'd you say?
Do you want lettuce with cheese on it?
Cheese. No, lettuce, please. Thank you. Did it die?
No.
Okay, good.
But I'm at 5%. Sorry about that, dudes. I had to make food for my kid.
It's really good.
I love you. I hope it's good. It smells yummy. Oh, right on. You guys had like a total chat when I was gone. I'm gonna catch up. Get the meat that's in the chat. Oh, thank you, KK. I was feeling off vibes earlier, but this live stream is lifting up my spirit. Lift up for sure, KK. It's okay to feel the off vibe. I get it. I knew before I met you. It sounds like I'm cooking bacon. No, just quick egg. But yeah, I think I'll do the bacon later. Feel like a lion in winter, James Fox. Oh, I love you guys. Thank you. See you later, love ball. You still in your bed, KK? Right on. Thank you, James Fox. 13:44 Eastern Time. You said that is 45:46. It flipped to as I was looking. So that means I'm almost caught up. Last time it happened was February 5th, 1962. If you Google what happened on that day, it says the Antichrist was born. Whether I resonate with that or not matters not. But I'm here to tell ya, February, yeah, big time. And that's the thing, if I could go back, if I was somebody who actually labeled my videos a certain way and, you know, whatever, but if I went back in time to last year in February and January, I was saying it then that everybody always focuses on Christ Mass so fucking much that there's so many expectations of dates and certain things, but it's not there. That's where the things get lit up inside of us. And it's in January, especially February, where the coming running out of the gate and the true assimilation of the things that came through at Christ Mass actually start to solidify in people. So the delayed reaction of the human, where the Christ energies come in, but that the assimilation isn't until February, that's why Cupid's arrow on the 14th of February is so significant. The bow and arrow. And this is where know thyself. There's so many people convinced of having such higher knowledge because they've done so much research, but what do you truly know that you know from within is a big thing. Yeah, Ray of Thoth. We build the foundation here and now. This reality may be changing, but there are still core universal laws that govern reality. Boom. Thank you, Ray of Thoth. And that's the thing, is that's where the truth lies. Thank you, Ray of Thoth. The truth lies in that the core universal laws have flipped the script. The tipping point was met, and universal conscious laws have changed. There is no getting through without authenticity. And that is the law of one. That's it. We are all on board, whether it shows or not, that we've flipped. Only authenticity follows through. So this is where all the inner work comes into alignment of you either know yourself or you don't. So however you feel in these times, these days, these months to come, what you feel is coming at you, is where the truth of authenticity and integrity lies. Where does your integrity lie? If you speak to a certain person and that thing was recorded and sent the same way, not edited to, suit somebody's needs, but if the frequency of how you speak to someone in the background was shown, would you stand tall? And that's a big thing. And a lot of people don't like talking to me in the background as much as they think they do. They would, because if you think I take no shit here, can you imagine how I don't take any one-on-one? How I really try to stay out of the stories for real? How I will be vicious about my boundaries if somebody's bombarding me with emails or texts or trying to bring me into another reality that is their own. Also, once frequencies merge, if you choose of your own free will to share certain things with me, I do see the higher perspective. I don't just resonate and see the perspective of the person telling me the story. I see exactly what everyone in the background is feeling of the ripple effect of what that, one perception is. So heaven on earth, you say, James Fox, let's make heaven on earth. Heaven on earth begins with self and how you align yourself and your integrity at all times. You know what I mean? If there's a bird's eye view, because we all travel, astrally and all this stuff, but are you in your integrity when you're alone? What do you watch? Where do you focus your energies? What are your true inside thoughts? What is your true colors? And, it's big. Someone that I speak to is very shocked that I can speak openly about like snot or crying or going to the bathroom and stuff, but it's like, that's the stuff that is the only stuff that people don't really get a chance to see, that people do every day, that people are shy about, but it's the integrity stuff that people don't talk about, you know what I mean? That makes it that all that stuff becomes taboo as well, if that makes any sense at all. Ray of Thoth, your truth is found within, with your inner connection with the divine, not from any YouTube video and guru. They're only messengers. Telephone game messages get mixed up. Go in nature and connect in. Yes. Go get your news. What is really going on collectively from within. KK says, I'm doing inner work all day long, but still it's not enough for my ego and greed. It's only enough when I consistently die to my ego and I die to my desires, I die to my wants. Nicholas says, maybe you're trying too hard, Karen. You choose to struggle, Karen. You do. You do. And that's the thing, Karen, is that it's so big what you have inside. It's so big to be shared so boldly, and it's a lot. It's a lot what you hold, Karen. It really is. And the instant that you shed the ego of even caring about it, you'll realize to what point you've had it all along. I don't know how to explain that. It's in the surrender that it all happens. KK says, I only feel aligned when I'm fasting, but demons, aka cravings, kick in, and it's only mental. But that's the thing, I've never understood why you see demons or cravings as anything that's yucky, right? Because I feel most aligned when I'm not very full. But I never have fasted in my life. Nobody could ever, like, I wouldn't even remember to eat watermelon, enough to fucking fast. But I do it naturally. And I never call what I want to eat a craving or a demon or a bad thing. I just all of a sudden feel like eating a certain thing. And I do. So the emptiness of me, which feels more aligned, stays itself naturally that way without me ever labeling it or making it happen. And then I don't demonize or even feel any guilt or shame for eating exactly what I feel like eating. If it causes some sort of body reaction that does not feel good, then I choose to either, avoid or whatever in a different timeline. But it's like Christmas Day. I ate like tons of food because I knew I wanted to. No one ever really cooks for me, and somebody did that day. So I wanted to taste a lot of everything. And I told my body that ahead of time. You know what I mean? And at the end of the day, like, I was full. I don't thrive on being full, but I enjoyed being full like a bear in the moment because I told myself that I wanted the feeling of tasting everything, like kind of the permission of like complete gluttony and enjoying it just in the moment of that day. So it's not a pattern, it's not a, it's not an addiction. There's no all these labels of these words. You either love food or you don't. You cannot eat food for weeks and weeks at a time and then like completely manifest 5-course meals just for fun because you want to in those moments. No labels. None. Tree hugger, heaven on earth already exists for any who have unconditional love as their truest intention. Yes, that's it. It's like at Christmas, like on the 23rd when I went shopping, Tree Hugger Dave. Oh my gosh, all I saw everywhere was love. Why? Because that's my frequency. So even if people like could feel anything that wasn't of the purest love, when I was walking by, that's what I drew from inside of them. Nicholas, ego is a trip you can choose not to go on. Or you can just love your ego and not see it as a bad thing. So really, KK, you want to be seen. And I've told you before, you are that type of goddess to be seen. And that's why I suggested to you to watch Diana Bastet. She's a belly dancer. She manufactures and makes and manifests everything that goes onto her body as a costume. So she's like an artist in action. And she surrenders herself to showing herself on so many levels, but has also kept her authenticity of who she is in her own inner life. And the balance of this woman, like I don't even know her. I've never talked to her. And yeah, she's probably got her shit on the side as well. Don't we all? But of that she chooses. She wants to share. There's no shame or guilt. And she's just so, just, you know? Surround yourself with women who are empowered in themselves and not cat-like, like, want to, you know, de-elevate you. Ever. Ever, never. I'm gonna get flagged because of the music that's downstairs. Yeah, James Fox, ego is not evil. It's an aspect of you. And that's the thing, is if you're someone that inside of you has certain emotions like greed and lust and envy, you know what? Channel it. You channel it into making imagination of that. That's why we have the movies, to see the evil that we never have to think of or be, but we can feel it and live it vicariously through that without having those actual emotions inside of us. Does that make any sense at all? Like, those things that you thought were the yucky shit of yourselves, you use them as the platform to make a song out of, a movie out of, dress up and expose that part of you. That's why the playfulness of theater will always be a part of our reality, I think, is to just allow those things. Keanu, Charles Reeves, I don't look at a lot of stuff that he's written or talked about, or, you know, like all those, you know, shows or shit, but it's the thing is, or Christopher Walken has said this, most of the greatest actors it's a role they play, it's their fucking job, but they chose it as a job because it's their passion to act out certain things that you can't do in real life, because why would you? Why would you be John Wick and go fucking kill everybody because they fucking hurt your dog? You wouldn't, right? But then again, nobody's gonna come fucking kill your dog that way either. But to use these things as, you know, that's what it's there for. Doesn't make any sense at all.
I'm going in my room.
You go, little Coco.
Okay. Yes. Oh, I almost fell.
Lily Gazoo, how are you? I'm enjoying leftovers. Been fasting for so long. Right on. Oh, James Fox, welcome to my life. I got caught making out with a neighbor who's 45. A lot of people trying to shame me for it. I don't give a fuck. I had a great time. Oh, James Fox, I love you. I'm going to tell this once, and I hope I might just edit it and cut it out. But this one time, I was somewhere where there was a lot of people who were exchanging spit, and then they were mad at me because the one person I chose to exchange spit was like 18. But they were doing it amongst themselves, and I didn't participate in that. But yeah, so I had zero shame, and yeah. Right on. Yeah, and the reason that happened is because we're here to perpetuate judgment, right, James Fox? So the reason you guys got kind of busted that it happened is so that, first of all, the one who's 45, hope she assumes responsibility, and it really is. We are who we are, and frequency don't lie. It don't lie at all. What it perpetuates is judgment. The age thing is a really big thing of a program. So more and more we see it commonly, you know, major age gaps, and it's always so much more shameful and so much more insulting to the public consumption. You know, Harper Valley PTA, boom, 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 the older woman, that shameful single woman, or that, you know, the woman that has the desire, because it's not really about having desire for a younger man. It's about having desire for a frequency that ain't fucking like stagnant, right? Has nothing really to do with, you know, wanting to be younger or anything like that. It's the frequency. So good. Bust some fucking programs right out of the water, James Fox. Me proud of you. Yeah. And without shame, fuck yeah. My daughter's 20, and the only thing she wishes, really at this point, that I find of the love of my life is that he ain't 18 years old. Because she fucking knows I will go there if it is like my frequency to be met. And that freaks the shit out of her. Because she knows it's true. I walk my walk. I don't believe in the age program. So, you know, she'll be very happy with any age besides younger than her own, because she knows I don't believe in that. Oh, I love you for putting that out here today, James. For no wonder you came in today. Bust some programs. Bust some programs. That's it. That's all. It's important. Yeah, Nicholas. Ego is evil when antagonized, in my opinion. I've seen that nasty evil in others. I don't even know what this is.
It's Press On from My Little Pony.
My Little Pony? Nice choice, Lily Rose. Judgment. Open heart.
Myself.
Make them go and not come back. Did you time that?
Stop the backs.
Make them go and not come back.
Goes down. Just on the step. Cross the line. Okay, the rest of it's just a song.
Thank you. That was a cool commercial interlude.
Amy's here.
Ray of thought, removals of labels, limited perceptions. This experience can be very difficult. Amnesia, ask for help. If inner work isn't working, we are all here together as one, cells of one fractal. Thank you. Give me a second. Thanks for the DJ music, dude. You're
I was having a great time.
I love it. More. It's awesome. It's right in my tune lines. My live stream might get flagged for like inappropriate content and shit, but
I know, I was thinking, I'm like, maybe she's on 11, and I was like, I'm not camera that.
no, it keeps me rolling, to be honest.
Are you going out all tonight?
I don't think so.
Did you bring me to Grace's again?
I doubt it.
I'll just have it.
I got one for on boat.
What?
I said I really don't think we're on the boat today. I haven't gone out for 3 days. Never make a record of it. Why do you want to go to Thursday?
Well, her mom's going, so she needs to have one. We're gonna go through these and stuff. And there's a bunch of Christmas food from her grandma that she made there on Christmas.
Oh, bring me some back.
I don't mind. I was just gonna come to Grace first and bring it back and you guys will go back. Too much. Oh, anything.
I don't know how to grab the, there's a bag there that don't fit in it. Can you turn that off?
Not
It's
use the
driving.
stove like basically once.
Lily, can you turn that off? I can't. It's not.
You gotta get one of those little matty things for his paws.
I know. Make sure you shut the door, okay? I'm freezing.
Can you show me? Yeah.
Hey, you back, Nova?
Can you open the doors for me?
Right on.
Bye, Mom. Love you.
Love you too. Have fun. Good. She's fine. We're still friends. Right on. Yes, exactly, James Fox. It's frequency, dude.
Bye.
It is frequency. It is frequency, and it's none of anybody else's business, right? It's none of anybody else's business, no matter what. That's two people in consent. And that's where the stories, if anyone has any judgment, and if it is even a thing for anybody to consider to speak about in their daily reality on any level, is a trigger. You know, that event, that thing happened so that the ripple effect of whoever chooses to even think of that or not perpetuate it as like awesome the way that I do, right? Because I just put an energy towards it. I totally put an energy towards it, right? But what's my energy towards it? Allowing for all, zero judgment, wishing it for anybody, right? It's not about the age and the numbers, it's about the frequency. Frequency doesn't lie. So if you find someone, especially James Fox, if I seem to remember correctly, you know, I found you in James True's live streams. That's where we found each other. And one of the conversations that we had openly in James's live streams before chats was about semen retention, right? Because we speak openly about that. We have had those conversations flow about semen retention and how important it is. So if you even felt to have somebody close enough in your reality to put your tongue into her mouth, frequency doesn't lie. You were to the point where that attraction was enough to actually allow your body to get close to somebody. So, whoa, if you were able to perpetuate a story into the fucking collective, wonderful, good. Because that ripple effect, you should see, full circle this in 2 months. Mark my word, James. Somebody who was fucking laughing at you or put you down or insulted that chick is going to manifest and attract a frequency of an age gap relationship. Full circle, bird's eye view stuff totally does that. And I know because I'm a manifestor trigger, and what I do makes it that later the things that people laugh at me about happen in their reality. And one of the classic stories of this, I've only told it a few times, I don't repeat it over and over, is my ex-husband. When I left him, I found somebody with an age gap. He was very insulted. He was very angry. He had a lot of things to say to me. Boom, fast forward a year later, he manifested an age gap relationship of 13 years as well, and he's still with her 13 years later today. So the laughter, the judgment, how insulted, how it hurt him as a husband, ex-husband, that I chose that path is what his next path was. So had I not done that action of doing that part of my life, the ripple effect of so many people whose hearts like, whoa, opened because all of a sudden there's a frequency in their life that's way younger or way older, and the judgment that they had of me is slamming them in the head because not only did they have judgment, but then they saw the ripple effect of 4 years of living with love of different age gap. So not only, you know, I didn't just have the event of making out, I also had a sustained relationship after of, you know, high frequency. People can't even understand how we weren't together before, even if we had 15 years between us and we were the biggest scandal at one point. We became the, oh my gosh, I would wish for this kind of love anytime in my life. And the ripple effect of my having had that relationship, all the judgments and everything and blah, 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 like that was so many years ago in 2005. And there's still couples today, including my ex-husband, who is with somebody who has an age gap. So that's why we do and we perpetuate certain things and we act certain ways so other people can learn to grow off them. So the more you're ridiculed for being anything you've ever done, those people are bringing that karma into themselves, right? That's how full circle works. So mark my words, James Fox, by February, somebody that laughed at you is going to be in some sort of age gap relationship and fucking either not even looking you in the eye and saying, I'm sorry I laughed at you, or saying like, whoa, you know, that one time that everybody laughed because of that, that's why this happened to me, and now I'm fucking, you know, gonna be married because I found true love because I opened my fucking heart to a different age. Boom. That's how it works. Liberty of Samsara. Dude, that name, Liberty of Samsara, if you know how many syncs are in just that name of a channel, that's huge. My one daughter is named Lily Rose for Liberty, and my son is Samuel. And your question is, would you pick an old man or a young man? Well, see, that's the thing, is I can't just pick. The frequency has to really merge. So really it is whatever the frequency of the person guided to me, my frequency, whatever they have as an avatar is really was their personal choice. And you know what I mean? So it's not really about picking, right? It's about following, guiding, attraction, and what outside things are the things that are inside to make that person who they are. Does that make sense? So it's not really picking or choosing, it's what frequency. I was outside last night. It's 14:08 Eastern time. It was about maybe, I don't know, 11:30 at night, where I was thinking, you know, when all people are authentic, the people who I resonate the most with, and, you know, it's easiest conversation and true elevated frequency are between the age ranges of 10 years old and 25. Because by 25, then the spirit has been like fucking sucked out, and men have become like emancipated in a way that they weren't in a certain point. And I speak, when I say the frequency of 10 to 25 is masculine and feminine. But as soon as a certain innocence is lost, or a certain thing has happened inside a girl or a boy, a man or a woman, to become jaded or not authentic, you know, that frequency isn't as big for me. So really it's about frequency doesn't lie, where the jaded isn't. It's very hard to find a woke man in their my age, 49 almost, in a month, in 10 days, sorry, that isn't so in wounds still. Although they have an elevated frequency, they are still can't look me in the eye one-on-one. So depending, you know, and this is what I attract and manifest. So it doesn't mean that there isn't men out there, because there are, fuck yeah, just in my reality. It's very hard for me to manifest a conversation with someone who's my age or older that will look me in the eye. Their inner wounds are so big from such a lifetime that they just can't. So, you know, not gonna lie, the last person I kissed, you know, was 18 years old. So, and that was 3.5 years ago. So the last time I allowed for my frequency to be close to anyone at all, there was that big of an age gap. That's why I enjoy James Fox. And, you know, it was what it was in the moment, but he was the only person, no matter how many people, that I could even talk to for hours at a time, have a sustained conversation. So James, I'm young in body, old in spirit. Some people are old in body and young in spirit. Yeah, James, I was very shocked when you had written what your actual age was in this lifetime. I thought you were much older. So you're an old soul who also has the speak and frequency of an old soul. I would have never guessed. I thought you know what I mean? Like, just because you don't use your picture and your avatar and all that. I really, but because I don't know age either, even if your face, I would still feel you at the frequency of the older, right? Because it's not older, it's just that thing inside of you, those things that you're able to talk about openly, you know, because that's the thing. When I said I talked about you in a live stream the other day, it was because I was speaking of like gathering frequencies and how, you know, like that connection of us being in a live stream beginning, but talking about so many different things, right? So, Liberty of Samsara. Do young men have better frequency because they're exciting? No, I don't find younger more exciting. I find sometimes, because not even often anymore right now in the state of being that the collective is in, most young men are very lost right now and very confused, because there's so much energies coming in and they don't have certain awarenesses of their body or their minds, right? So the people who I've manifested amazing conversations with or things in my life that happen to be younger is because they were at such an elevated frequency that they didn't see their age as a thing or something to prop up as a toy with me, because that can't be happen. See, although we speak of, you know, younger, older, I am not in a frequency to be turned on because somebody looks a certain way or is of a certain sex. So my openness to I'm master my own sexuality, so I don't see beings as sexual on any level, right? That line of sexuality hasn't been crossed inside of me in so long, and can't be just because somebody is young and looks a certain way or is a certain way. My neutrality is so big that it just doesn't affect, you know? Does that make sense, Liberty of Samsara? Liberty of Samsara. Old women seem to be attracted to youngsters because they lack that spark, so they lust for what they lack. I go with my age as for partners. Oh, right on. See, I don't go for partners at all. I'm completely celibate, like 144%. I have my own spark, and it is so big that I choose not to share it with anyone, at all. I share my me spark of, you know, myself openly all the time, but the inner goddess of me is my own, and I'm partnered within a divine union within myself. So within myself, I date myself. I have my stuff, my outer that you know, is not searching for something in the way of a third dimensional perspective that can even be validated with words, really, right? So, but I completely understand what you're saying. I see from like a higher perspective what you're saying, that it is the truth, that specific certain types of personalities, whether they be men or women, search for in other people excitement, right? For me, it's the opposite. I have such an excitement that I manifest my own heaven on earth. So although, you know, when I show myself in all my videos, I show certain blurbs, I do feel like I have my heaven on earth, even if I have not attained the things I want to manifest or the exact surroundings of that heaven on earth. Okay? So for me, I already have my who I am, what I want to be of freedom inside of me, and I don't search for it outside of myself. What my beacon of me asks to bring in is anyone who can handle my sustained vibration as it is. So meaning I am my own muse, and I only allow things that muse me more or keep me sustained in that. Does that make sense? So really, you know, like someone older or younger or nothing of that matters to me. Nothing, because really it's all about, does whoever I choose to bring into my reality make me feel comfortable and safe? And is there anything that makes me like want to be more or create, give a spark of more? So thank you, James Falk. Liberty of Samsara. This woman was beautiful and she was young in spirit and she was great. And it wasn't about lust. It was about the vibe. Exactly. Nova, exactly. Whatever we judge, we experience as karma. Exactly. You'd be shocked, Nova, what I judged in my life. I love myself for having so little judgment and for what I did have judgment of for what it was, because I'm blessed at the things I perpetuated as my karma to learn my lessons. Yeah, makes sense, Genevieve. I was talking to a guy who's 50 last night. He's got so much baggage. It just hurts, right? It just hurts, the baggage. As a friend, you wouldn't even say, like, here, I want you to date this person, because you wouldn't want her to have that baggage in her fucking closet. Hey, Elf herself. Greetings and salutations. I don't know how far behind I am. Love you, Elf herself.
Mom. Wait. What's he say?
Ask Mom. Grandma's gone skiing, so later, okay? Then you said something and she said, ask Mom.
Yeah, I know.
Do you need to ask me anything?
No, that's what.
Oh, okay. Elf for Self, I'm just going to share with you all that I'm doing a silent retreat for a week to reset myself. Much love, light, gratitude, appreciation, all. Well, sweetie, I don't know if you're still there. I love that you're saying it, just so that feeling of, the knowing that you're doing that, and not just the mystery of, I wonder where Elf for Self is. Alex had said that after his father passed. He said, Michelle, I'm going into mourning. I won't be present as much or at all. And take note, wherever Alex chooses to put his presence right now, right? Walk hand in hand. Give him the energy of where he's at. So thank you, because yeah, you have been popping up a lot. So just to have that feeling of, hey, I'm on a retreat, doing my thing, I'll be back when I'm back, is a good feeling. I love you. I love you. And watch for me, Elf herself. I'm having more confirmations of specific people saying that they're seeing me in their meditation. They're hearing my voice within, or as above, so below, in the wind, and certain things. So I'm with you in the best, most safest, like, cherished way ever, sweetie. Tree Hugger Dave, that's important. My opinion of age gap happens usually because most reach a point where they stop to desire to grow, where the young still desire to grow. And boom, you just nailed it. And I'm going to be very honest, the reason that my relationship with a younger man could not be sustained and that the frequency completely is that he needed the path to become a couch potato. He had not been a couch potato. He had not lived what it was like to be a man who comes home from work, throw his shit down and say, like, I'm doing nothing else. And, that he just wanted to be in front of the television. He wanted to be a part of the news. He needed, and he had the life path that he needed to go into the third dimensional matrix part. Because that's the thing is, youthful people, whatever age they might be, are not in the matrix part of the reality of certain things. And he needed to step into his role as the person he wanted to be, the soul contracts he had chosen to live. And he needed that matrix life that I couldn't be a part of with him. So that's why it wasn't him who outgrew me because he needed somebody younger because he was younger. It was me who could sustain to come back down to the frequency of the matrix that he wanted to step in. So he was a high vibration person who happened to be 15 years younger, who was vibing at my frequency, but our intimacy and our frequency and our ability to communicate lowered because he needed the not to think. He didn't want to think and expand and be of anything else than just, I go to work, come home, eat, go to bed. The in-between of the excitedness of having anything of life, heaven on earth, was gone within him, even if he was 15 years younger, right? So when you asked me earlier, what would I choose, younger or older? I really don't give a shit how old somebody is or how young they are. That don't matter. Can they stay at a frequency where they believe in life, or do they retreat back into a matrix, work, sleep, eat, fuck, sleep, work, right? It's about a sustained, complete frequency on all levels. It has nothing to do with age. Age is a program. I'm going to be 49 in 10 days, right? That's it. Good point, Nicholas. It's harder to connect with your generation in sobriety, either digital or drunk. Some people are unable to connect. That's a good point. I'm kind of scrolling through the chat, but that's a good point. That's why there's so many as well. And they might not be prevalent because, or just there are more and more relationships that are real between age gaps because of the liberty that this generation wants of, complete freedom to just be drunk and be on their phone all the time. Is that not everybody wants that part of a certain generational thing that is just common. Lockdown and masks and distancing has changed what's available to do, right? But Liberty of Samsara, are you a woman of adventure? You seem couch potato, so why judge men? I don't think I judged anybody. I actually love couches and potatoes. It's just an expression of someone who doesn't want to do anything that's commonly used. Actually, I'm a house mother. I don't actually get out and do a lot. I just live through, my heart and my soul, Samsara. So if you feel there's any judgment, take it for what it is. And, whatever. Love potatoes. And I got 2 couches. So I just don't happen to watch television or the news or, sit in front. I walk hand in hand with the masculine collective and the feminine collective to help elevate the vibration of trust. And, you can take what the words you think I'm saying are today because you're in the frequency that you're at. But if you want to take the time to invest in going to look backwards in my channel, I walk hand in hand with both the masculine and the feminine. It is not inside of me to put either one of them down. I might tell a story to show something aloud, but I have zero. If anything, I'm working really hard for the masculine collective to rise up, honey. Very fucking hard. On a conscious level. not just sitting here perpetuating a bunch of stuff and not doing it in the background, believe me. Nicholas, I have 5 years clean of opiate, alcohol, and cigarettes. James says, Nicholas, congrats. I was on opiates too and coke. Yeah, James Fox, a lot of people don't even make it this far. Y'all are some beasts. Good point. Good point. Honor those that chose a different path. There's going to be a lot, you know, of free will choices being made. A lot of what we think we knew, of who we thought, what we thought, you know. So... yeah, Nicholas, liberty, it isn't man versus woman in my opinion. It's more like masculine and feminine balance within each individual, and people take responsibility for their own balance, in turn healing humanity. Exactly. Exactly. Yeah, we're on the leading edge. We're sisters and brothers. Sistars and brothors. That's important. Believe me, if I could, you know what I mean? Like, I know my journey. I know myself. I really do. And that walking hand in hand with both the masculine and feminine is proved. Like, it's just sustained on my channel all the time. Like, just Alex, you know, Saturnian Sun, that way, all these people, the way that we can interact and trust each other and support each other near or far is beyond words. Exactly, Nicholas. No one's been here before. We are all pioneers. Yeah, they will. Yes, Nicholas. I try not to think of that too much. I just do it. You know what I mean? No one's been here before. That's just it. Because we're not recreating or re-manifesting or reprogramming anything. We're starting over a new script. 36. 3 and 6 is 9. Seeing beyond. Yes, we are infinite, Nicholas. Seeing beyond. 36. Vision. The capacity to imagine something. To look beyond the material. Beyond the obvious. The realm of the transpersonal. Options and possibilities. Getting out of your own way. And discarding your projected outcomes. Do you consider things only within the framework of what you already know? Or can you allow yourself to see beyond, into the vastness of potential? We are all gifted with the magical ability of imagination, and when we open to it, we become a conduit for divine vision greater than our own. You okay?
Get away from the cab because I can't see it down there.
Okay. There are 2 ways. Did you lock the door?
Yeah.
Okay. There are two ways to view the world and co-create with it. One is from a face value perspective. What you see is what you get. The second is allowing your imagination to see beyond what something is now, right now, and move into a place that doesn't exist yet in the material world. In this cosmic playground of possibilities, you see into a future where anything you imagine has the potential to become real. If you use your imagination faithfully and consciously, avoiding the traps of fearful projection and drama, you can connect to any reality you truly want to experience. When you open yourself even further, you're often gifted into a divine vision. As a practice, you can reimagine that vision over and over to strengthen it. As you channel these visions through you, you become a superconductor for the world. A superconductor.
Oh, rainy. Oh, rainy's good. Yeah, just a rainy night or day.
Today, know that your vision, what will be imagined forming into the visible, will be delivered into the material world. Don't worry about the timing of things. That's in the hands of the universe. Your job is to continue to imagine. Take a few steps forwards, then imagine some more. It's the universe's job to make it real. What a fabulous partnership. Boom. Truth. I think that pretty much full circles everything I said at the beginning and throughout the stream. We're here to build the new world, and a lot of it comes with the integration, the imagination. What you see is what you get. So if you see the outside world as harsh, that's what you're getting. Nicholas says, although people in the chat perpetuate sadness and dark feelings, we are here in all love aspects of the am that I am. And I feel that we transmute that sadness and dark feeling, because the accepting that that's okay and allowed to talk about and allowed to share transmutes it to love. The accepting that it's okay to feel this way. 14:41 Eastern Time, right? So someone coming into the stream with a certain type of feeling doesn't mean that they're at a lower frequency, because if you own up to that feeling, if you stand in its truth, it gets to pass through with the trust and no shame and blaming of it, right? Nova. When people take dualities, not realizing that are relative to how we navigate the world, and then they take that and run with it, leads to a lot of problems, judgments, karma. We are more than duality. Exactly. And when you see everything at a face value and you don't choose to grab the baton and run with it. You leave it, that's it. You're aware of it. It is happening. It is not something that you're going to take, love you too, and bring more in. That's beautiful. And that's where the realization that the grand solar flash, where everybody's shit is just fixed, is not going to happen. But you fix and you do your own, therefore you don't feel the same way no matter what is going on around you. So everybody in your reality can be having so many things, but you are still able to just whoosh, navigate your ship. Navigate your ship. Good one, Nicholas. Duality is a program, and the jazz of life is in the space between duality. Yeah. The space between, yeah. We love the space between for sure. I'm going to read that, Nicholas. I think it's important. You wouldn't just say that out of the blue for no reason. I'm not sure. Thank you, James. Nicholas says, good luck, James. I'm guided to tell you, slow down. You're missing something important, and it's right in front of you. And those words, right in front of you, stands out. That's why I'm repeating them. I was guided to say, slow the fuck down, little bro, if that resonates at all. And James said, it sure do. Yeah, there's something that, and it gives me shivers. And you say, ha ha ha, chill, brother. And it gives me chill shivers. So chill shivers, cold shivers are from source. Okay, James, that doesn't give me hot spirit shivers. That gives me cold source shivers. So take heed. Nicholas doesn't just randomly throw out stuff. And if you go look at his channel, you know, he gets it. He walks the walk for real. Nicholas says, don't learn the hard way. Yep. And that's why we're guided, to come into these live streams and to do certain things that we don't usually do or we haven't done in a long time. To get those little keys of little things that stand out in order for us to stay aligned and on track. Because we're all in this together. We're all at different energy centers and ley lines. And something guided you to come in here today, to stay in here today, James, to participate a lot. And anybody who's been in the live streams knows Fox is a sync and that me call the Fox in all the time, right? So who are the Foxes that comes in? Alex Fox, F-A-W-K-E-S, Alex Fox 44. This is one of my little dudes that I bring up sometimes, you know, so take what resonates, James. Anchor in. 41, 1 and 4, it's 1446. Chameleon spirit, act as if. Not surprised he came out today because I just said earlier when somebody says people like to fake it till they make it, that we still use that in our ascension journey to act as if. Because it doesn't mean that, you know, because you're all woke and you got tools and you know all this shit, that you don't wake up and it doesn't feel good sometimes. So you act as if it does and you step into your best frequency. You don't allow the frequency to pull you. You don't allow your energy to be pulled under. It's number 14, 1 and 4, Nicholas. Yeah, I'm going to read him because he's important. 1 and 4, 4 is the door. Yes, the 5, the fucking 5. Nicholas transcends. Me like the fucking 5. Why? Because you flip the 5 and it's a 2. It's also an S. I like that. Chameleon spirit, 14, 1 and 4 is 5. Act as if. Chameleon spirit shares her gift with you today to prepare you for changes that will greatly benefit you. Outer conditions are changing and you're required to come into harmony with them so you can co-create your best dream. Are you feeling sensitive? Good, because that will come in handy, enabling you to determine how best to adapt to your environment and the people in it, while at the same time maintaining your integrity and inner equilibrium. Even if you feel like you're in uncharted territory, Chameleon Spirit has complete faith in your ability to fit in and learn the lay of the land, adapting as necessary. This is a fortunate time to act as if, until new ways feel familiar and completely natural. Life is offering you a great lesson now, and adapting is not about losing yourself, it's about learning how to dance with others. Protection message. Being sensitive and having empathy for others can become a heavy burden if you don't practice self-care. Could it be you're feeling stressed because you've tuned into challenging emotions that aren't even yours? Chameleon spirit does not want you to adapt to these conditions by withdrawing or distracting yourself, hoping the feelings will just go away, or attempting to rescue another who may be having a pity party. You can be swallowed up trying to manage it all. It's time to figure out where you end and the rest of the world begins. Not all conditions are yours to match. You need to distinguish your own color from the rest of the world right now and take time out to soothe your sensitive soul. Choose some activities that will restore your sense of being grounded and avoid people who revel in drama. Take a break from social media too. Self-care and a timeout is the answer to this temporary dilemma. Oh my, me so proud of Elle for selfie. She came in, said, hey, I'm taking a week off, dudes, and boom. Me pulled the next card that is saying that. This isn't just for her. A lot of people are going to be doing this and feeling this, and this is where holding space, knowing yourself, reaching out when you feel it. But this is important, and I even segued into that when I came in and said I'm not watching a lot of videos. My input on social media and needing or wanting any type of thing is at a very low right now, and it probably will just get lower and lower. Know what I mean? And the reason that my interaction and my needing or even wanting to be present anywhere is that, you know, other things hike up, right? So oh, Alex G, don't be as stupid as we were, because you're not stupid. Don't learn the hard way, James. Yeah, I love Elf too. Bless you, sweetie. Okay, I'm going to take a minute, take a stretch, and see. I've been on for a while. If I'm meant to stay on a bit, I don't know. We'll see. I'm going to take a shower and go into the woods. Thanks for being here today, James Fox. Seriously, no joke. Like, I mean it. I was thinking about you lots. I really appreciate everything you put into the stream today. Gave me a lot of stuff to bounce off of and a lot of important stuff. It's been talked about forever, the age is a program, and you know, it's going to take the people that it takes to bust those programs. How do we bust those programs? We act as who we are, and we gravitate to the frequencies that are ours, and we live our life without judgment. So, you know, that's it. It's, you don't have to take a road sign and start shouting it out. Just live it. The ripple effect takes care of itself. You know, as much as that might sound like some sort of like, you know, like you said, it wasn't about lust, it was about the vibe. And, you know, really, yeah, take that shower. Water retains memory. Allow the water for the, and step into. Yeah, Nicholas says, James, please watch your step. Again, I mean that in every way from our divine guidance. I totally agree.
I finished my drawing.
That's gorgeous, sweetie.
I'm probably going to do an outline out of them, just a black line to separate them, but yeah. It's a night, day, sunset, and rainy day.
Beautiful.
Thanks.
Beautiful, sweetie.
Yeah, I'm going to do an outline now.
She's good, eh? She's enjoying it. I don't, there's no limit to what, you like the, Nicholas says he likes the rainy day the best, honey.
I like the sunset.
Yeah, I like the sunset. It looks like there's a Canadian flag to me in the sunset. I know it's not that, but to me, that's what it feels like. Yeah, thank you for the card, Genevieve, but I haven't been watching videos in like a week. I follow 2 or 3 people on YouTube only. Exactly. And we'll find that more and more, first of all, just because you can only do so much, but when we're in and out of certain things, right? So I feel guided to pull a crystal card. Like the energy of the black tourmaline. I know it's discernment up, and it's, you know, be weary, not weary, but be cautious of where we allow our energy to be. It's so important. Yes, Alex G, we need a break sometimes. We do. And, you know, I'm not going to lie, seeing the same old when we're trying to bring in new things, this kind of can suck balls sometimes, right? Because we want to see the new. So, how do we? Onyx. Onyx is a sync for me, just the O-N-Y-X.
And sonnet.
Yeah. Kyanite. Wow, 28. Another 10. 2 and 8 is 10. I pulled 3 10s. 3 10s. 3 10s, 9 5 2. Kyanite. You may not know this crystal a lot. Do you know this crystal, Nicholas? Love the blue. Into the blue. Boom. It's not going to stop, eh? Kyanite. Resolving disputes, diplomacy, restoring harmony, mending fences, and building bridges.
That's the crystal that's on the top.
Oh my gosh, you are so smart. I never even... Boom. That's what 2 eyes, eh?
I know, I recognize that.
4
like,
eyes.
what?
Lily Rose recognized it. See? I wouldn't have caught that right away. Lily caught that for me, for us. resolving disputes, diplomacy, restoring harmony, mending fences and building bridges. A lot of people want to wonder why we haven't pivoted and jumped into a new reality. Because you didn't do this part yet, honeys. Because you didn't do this part yet. Because you didn't do this part yet, right? You can't do all the inner work and not and then just like leave the fire behind. You need to resolve your inner stuff. You're wondering why your divine union can't come into fruition, but you're not in harmony with your family and you can't see them out of love and all of that. Then that's why, right? What's blocking your fruition is the harmony. Harmony means that even if we're all different, we can blend our unique voices to create an ethereal, Harmony means that even though we're all different, we can blend our unique voices to create an ethereal chorus that uplifts us all. Kyanite's spirit message is that now is an excellent time for fixing those sour notes that have appeared, resolving any disputes, and healing any rifts for the good of the all. Yup. Although we each have our own ways, we can learn so much and gain tremendous support when we let go of our rigid my way or the highway attitude, recognizing that we were
my way or the highway.
We are all imperfect. Looking for our commonalities can steady us when we're feeling a bit shaky. Tune into others and work towards harmony. You will find yourself growing and becoming stronger as a result. At this time, honesty is required. Be willing to look more clearly at others, your situation, and yourself so that you can find ways to work together and find common ground if possible. We are all imperfect, but love and commitment to fairness helps heal us all and all our relationships. There is a value in different perspectives. That's important. There is a value in different perspectives, and we can agree to disagree, for many voices are needed in a choir. We are called to delight in the differences, for we have to lean on each other, and we're always interconnected. Keep this in mind as you take action to heal hurt feelings and reconnect with others in tribe. You might be right, and you might have the best idea in the room, but Kyanite Spirit is here to tell you, in this moment, you're called to be the bigger person, the diplomat seeking to connect on a level of mutual understanding. There was a reason you wanted to connect with this person or people, and now you have the power to do so in a healthy way that honors you and them. They will learn from your modeling of diplomacy. You might be surprised by how much more readily your wisdom is heard when you reach out with love before trying to sway someone with logic. Mend fences and then watch how much easier it is to harmonize with another. It's possible you've attracted a relationship where you're doing all the emotional work and the other person sucks up all of your energy. If so, Kyanite reminds you that you can always say no and end things if a balance cannot be reached. If this is your choice, it's okay to free yourself from the conflict. It is possible you've attracted relationships where you do all the emotional work and the other persons suck and take all of your energy. If so, Kyanite reminds you to say no and end things if balance cannot be reached. Balance must be reached. The inner work needs to be done on all levels. Otherwise, the frequencies cannot stay the same. People cannot be one step ahead, holding back, accepting certain things all the time, doing the emotional healing for two people or more than two. Collectively, that's why we let go and allow people to live what they need to live, because we can't walk hand in hand with everybody's shadows and demons. How you doing, Michael Joshua Lewis? Is it tomorrow in Australia? Is it 28th in Australia? Or not yet? It's only 3 o'clock. Yeah, it must be. I'm going to bring forth another goddess today. I feel like the masculine collective, and I'm saying this collective because the feminine that, pulls on masculine, just come on. The emotional work, the towing of the line needs to be met. Harmony and balance. Harmony and balance. The wounded masculine blaming the feminine, using the whipping post right now. That's what I'm seeing in the background a lot. The blame game of the feminine, being to blame, is really high right now. Very high. And no one is to blame, right? So, yeah, today's the day. Hey, Michael? Maybe that's why I'm feeling to pull another goddess card as well. Bring in that feminine energy, the nurturing energy. Thanks for being here with us today, Michael. I wrap you in the mother love. I really do. Cheryl Lee Gregory. Sherry Lee Gregory was the name of the mother that passed. The stepchildren were brought into my life. And I'm just saying it out loud out of respect and honor for her. And in case that's a synchronicity for anybody. Cheryl Lee Gregory. Cheryl Lee Hope Gregory. What's her full name, actually? That's why Lily Rose's third name is Hope. Because although I never knew Sherry, she is a part of me right now. The shivers I have of this angel that walks with me since before she even passed, she was calling herself to me. That's how big our soul contract is, was, and will forever be. Boom. Said, pull another card to bring in the feminine nurturing energy. Demeter, 11. The wheat, 2 again, 11. 1 and 1 is 2. Demeter, nurturer. Let's elevate that nurturing vibe.
This is how much cells a whole pack of thingamajiggers are.
Cashews.
They're not cashews.
Pine nuts. Corn chips. What are they?
I don't know.
Panadas. They're empanadas.
I don't remember the name.
Well, it's on the box. Or the bag. Pistachios. Pistachios. They're not empanadas. They're pistachios. Empanada's not even a fucking nut. You're such a nut bar.
Do you want me to dump this on your
No,
head?
there's actually a full one right there. I see this one right
Yeah,
there.
I couldn't open it.
Well, just because you can't open it doesn't mean it doesn't deserve to get eaten.
Open it then.
Ow!
Told you.
There.
Oh no!
Ow! I think I might have cut myself.
I told you I didn't
Eat it.
I didn't want to cut myself.
There's plenty of nuts in here, you
Mom.
nut bar. Whoa! Almost wet in my coffee. Here, I sat there before. It might taste like butt, but it might taste like butt, but. What the heck? There's full nuts everywhere in here. There's enough to feed a squirrel in here. Here.
This hurts.
Where's the nutcracker anyway? Ready?
I know it.
Whoa!
That's
I just made a crushed nut. This is not a nutcracker. Double butt for sure.
I found the nutcracker.
Do you ever think of that when you're laying on the couch? Somebody's butt was right where your head is, like, not long after. I know. And then people get all insulted at certain things, but you put your head where somebody puts
really
their butt.
Good. The nutcracker works pretty good.
I think that's why they called it a nutcracker.
It cuts all nuts.
Cuts all nuts? Cuts all nuts to size. Like, boom! You don't lay on the couch ever?
What?
Oh my gosh. Nicholas, I would stick my face in a couch in a heartbeat. Not anywhere else. That's why I don't get out much, eh, Nicholas? I don't get out much because if I do, oh my gosh.
Look, Mom. I think this, Mom.
Don't do what I did. That was wrong.
Mom.
Please, I don't even...
No, this works
My
way
eyes,
better.
my eyes.
No,
Not in the eyes.
That works way better than the pliers.
I know. I thought the pot pliers was fancy. Yes, it's a face in the couch sort of day, for fucking sure. Oh, man. Yep. Ready for this? Demeter. Giving to others is a wonderful feeling. When you have a healthy sense of yourself, you want to share your love, your inspiration, your experience, and the exchange feels clean. Your boundaries are fluid yet strong. The goddess of grain, motherhood, and the harvest, Demeter, reminds you that the harvest is meant to be shared. You've now tapped into her nurturing love, which is abundant, and your well-meaning gestures will be received with gratitude and in some way returned to you tenfold.
I'm setting it.
Bye, Nova. I love
Crack.
you.
This won't crack.
Now is the time to nourish yourself, too. For giving must be balanced by receiving. Allow yourself to feel how the universe is like a wonderful, nurturing mother that is always there for you when you need her. Demeter says to trust that you are loved and cared for all day, every day, for all of time, especially now. Do you sometimes overgive to people till you're an empty well? Perhaps you've attracted others who are needy and want you to look after them. Or you might be in a pattern of people-pleasing because you're afraid to set boundaries. There's a sticky quality to connections based on this need to be needed. Although the possible repercussions for settling boundaries are in your mind, your body holds on to fear so tightly. It can be scary to make change. No one wants to admit that they are manipulative and codependent, but it's important to be honest about where you find yourself now. Demeter knows the price of being this way. It caused her to lose something so dear to her. Okay, honey, that's really loud. Could you stop? Demeter knows the price of being this way, as it caused her to lose something so dear to her. Now she has come to show you another way. And your alignment task is to recognize it's time to step back, take a break, and say no to the behaviors and the people who drain you. It's just that simple. The divine is the one with the plan. So gather your love, your nourishment, and your self-worth, and choose how you nurture and how you want to receive it. You are so loved when the goddess Demeter brings you into her nurturing energy to help you course correct. Yup. That balance thing is not going to stop coming because there is an imbalance still within the collective. We see it within the collective. So that means that we are, as the people in the collective, which is us, there's an imbalance. The wheel of giving and receiving. If you receive love, do you give back as much and tenfold all the time? Or do you take the love that you have been given and keep it for yourself and not perpetuate it out? Because if you're being given love and you're not perpetuating it out, whoever's giving you love, if you're not giving it back everywhere, not just to the one source, the wheel is imbalanced. And that's really important.
This one has no
Really
crack.
important. It's huge right now because we can talk about masculine and feminine rising, but are the masculine and feminine equal, completely equal at their giving and receiving of love? Me not speaking.
Sorry.
What?
Never mind.
I'm here. I'm listening.
Never mind. I was just trying to make a joke, but it didn't make sense.
Okay. You know, I'm going to speak from the perspective of the person who gets background stuff in certain ways because of what I do here. And I'm going to say it straight up as a mama bear. Both the masculine and the feminine have done a lot in the last year. But at some point, there isn't the outer reflection of that outer work. I'm not going to put any labels to anywhere of anything, but, you know, this is meant to resonate for who it resonates for, but you know if you're taking more than you're giving. You know that. You do know that inside of you. You totally know that inside of you if you're taking more love than you're giving. And by taking more love than what you give, it's a collective wheel that's not turning. What hurts one hurts all. This is so much bigger than just what you think. You know, the cards have said it already 3 times. It's not just about certain things. It's the bigger picture. Yeah. Nicholas, sometimes you must hold on to the love and then you let it go at the perfect time. It's opportune timing that counts. Right. You can be there so long to be the muse and the cheerleader and the true unconditional love. But if that doesn't come back to you the same way and tenfold, it cannot be sustained. It just can't work because it just can't. Demeter was Persephone's mother, the wife of Hades. I don't see goddesses and certain things in the way that everyone sees the stories. I truly believe that most of the real things have never been written. And, you know, that thing of what are the synchronicities that stand out to you? It's beautiful what we've been taught, what we've learned, what we've researched, what we can know, but new eyes, fresh eyes, awe and wonder. What are the letters in Demeter? You know, number 211 comes out. What are the things? The wheat. What does that mean? You know, fertility, nurturing. What does it mean for you? Like go on a couple little card spree. Why? Because everything that I've been saying in the live stream is just showing up in the cards. It's like a full circle way for me to kind of full circle my frequency and the stuff I've said out loud. But I really believe this, and I don't know if anybody else is going to resonate with it. I'm not sure if I'm going to say it the way I want it to say it, but it's a little bit like what I said about the solar flash earlier. You know, we're so busy being... We manipulate our own selves into a clusterfuck, a mindfuck, waiting for anything or anyone. Because, you know, where, you know, like you said, Nicholas, we're the ones we're waited for. We're the ones that So where are the actual stories, right? Where are the actual big stuff happening of the letting go of certain timelines that they don't exist, that it's real? You know, not just sitting around watching skies and sinks, but actually manifesting the new fucking world. I said it to somebody yesterday. Who's going to be? Because within tribe here, that what we have, what we talk about openly and who shares, who's going to be the first ones to actually step up and start doing certain things and stop just knowing that they're being guided to do certain live streams and pick up the slack of doing more. You know, it's awesome that I've got this, but where's the other ones, right? Nicholas, you hold the line, you walk the walk, you do the live streams, you do the more, you have the stuff. So I ain't talking to you when I say that, but I am in a way, because I just pulled the B, and the B is like of you, that you actually manifest, manufacture, do stuff to perpetuate that B energy.
Do you need the charger?
I'm at 7%.
My iPad just died.
Can you go get mine? I'll just keep my, so I don't completely lose the battery. It's in the bedroom. So I love that I was saying that, you know what I mean? And then I pulled the card where I can say there actually is someone doing the certain things. So, you know, I'm not saying this to poke at people or whatever, but there's people here, you know, been watching me, and I started doing live streams in February, who said I'm going to be doing a live stream soon, and we're fucking December now. So what? I get to press on a button. I had no clue what I was doing. I still don't have a clue what I'm doing, and I'm still doing it. But hearing other people say they know it's their time to step up for months and months and months, just do it. Follow the example of me. I don't put on fucking makeup. I don't prep for this. Spirit sends me in and I do it. It's not about how I look. I'm not here to like attract or manifest an attention to myself. I'm just here to gather us. And in the letting go of thinking anybody's looking at me or that it's about me, it makes it easy, so easy to come in as soon as I can and stay here for literally hours, because it's not about me. I don't give a flying fuck how I look or what I didn't prep for this. Source says, energy said, guidance said, go. And here I am. And I've been on for 3 hours and 13 minutes. That's what happens when you go into flow. You don't see the time go by. You're not calculating it. It doesn't feel like anything has actually gone by. I feel like I just sat down here. Even though one of the ways that I've learned to manifest that it's easier for me, I've been here for 313, but I've gotten up 4 or 5 times to kind of move my flow around, not just staying stagnant. But it's
Mom,
just do it.
speaking of time, I'm gonna call cottage people at like 4 because Grandma's skiing until 4. So.
Okay, well that's in about a half an hour, so.
Yeah. Just telling you.
Yeah. It's really important. Because the thing is that we muse each other. We do. So seeing each other, the openings, the allowing of the sharing, the keys. You say it right there, Nicholas. I'm trying to do more with intention, and I have much to offer. Key pieces are moving into place. And the only way key pieces can move into place is by showing yourself, by allowing those things to be seen. And everybody's on a different level. So some people are like sitting there looking at me or hearing this and they're like, what the fuck? Am I really supposed to make a YouTube video? Am I really supposed to be going live? Well, if you're questioning it, no. But if you're sitting there and you're like, fuck, every day I feel like I should be doing this. Every day this sign comes up. Every day, like fucking ideas come and I don't listen. Then that's who I'm talking to, right? You already know what you're being guided to do, whether it be on any level. So what's holding you back from doing it? Is waiting for the date? Because now we've passed 12/21 and nothing happened, motherfuckers. You have to do it yourself. You have to make it happen. You actually have to reach out and show yourself, because I've already discovered that I can be an angel and go completely into somebody's reality. See them, elevate them, grab them, tell them they are everything, everywhere, needed in this world, and you know what will happen? Nothing. Me will get shit on for being like so open and saying like, wee, you belong, you belong. We are waiting for you, you belong. Right? Because that's what I do in the background. And you know what happens? Wee! Because I give people what I would have wanted. I would have wanted to be in comments and somebody sees my frequency and somebody emails me and say, hey, you belong. You can work for fucking a whole year on somebody and tell them they belong and they're the fucking king of the world. And it still won't change anything. So, yeah. Action. Yes, believe me, Nicholas, I jest because people wanted the outside thing to happen. Right? It's the inner, and something happened on 12/21 for sure. We do have new brain functions online. Do we activate those brain functions, or do we sit there and wait for more? Because everything is activated as above, so below. Every code has been hit. Every DNA activation has been sparked. Every single thing is on track. Where's your free will aligned? Are you going to step into yourself and make it happen? Or are you going to keep sitting back and watching videos? Right? It's big. And that's the thing is, you know inside if you're somebody who's an elevator, who's just meant to watch the videos, perpetuate your stuff your way, and live your life. You're not feeling like poked by me right now, but somebody who's feeling poked, the only way you can feel poked by how I'm speaking right now is if you're not on track of what you're being guided and pushed to do. Because somebody who's on track is watching me now and saying like, you go, Lococo, we need all hands on deck. We need all hands on deck. I'm not judging, allowing, and everybody has their free will. But how long do you hang on to your wounds and your stories and say you didn't have a chance? Because you got the chance. You got the chance on so many levels, right? Nobody that's in alignment gets poked by somebody trying to like ask, show, tell people to like break free, because they're already free. So it's not hard. It's not hard to listen to me say to break free if you're already free. It's only like if you're not actually doing the steps. Yeah, Nicholas, I'm integrating all this, learning gentle and easy lessons and being nice to myself and others. And I totally believe that, and the gentle and easy. But there does come that point in any type of parenting journey where it's not that you become harder, it's just that there's a zero tolerance for something that has been learned over and 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 over again. Because if you're here and you're following the same exact fucking synchronicities as last year at this date on 12/21, and you have certain things that haven't pivoted, you're being pushed to pivot them before, you have the free will choice. You're in resistance. It's not the universe in resistance to you, So it's beautiful. It's beautiful, but you can only elevate and watch other people and tell them that they're doing a great job, being a certain way before it gets insulting. So meaning somebody who can, say like, it's so wonderful what you do. I don't understand how you're not shy, blah, 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 blah. It's not fair to put somebody else to that status and those things and not do it yourself if you already know what it can do for you. Imagine you are that person that is me, the reflection of me, and that people are waiting and need the keys of you to open up the way you open up to me on certain things. I'm using you, me, we, just because that's how important it is. That fresh feeling you find when you find a new channel that's so interesting and has hardly any subs, but is like so important to your frequency, is what is missing of you in other people's timelines and frequencies. Because the you of you is so important that if you're actually here watching me and being poked by this, there's a reason, right? There's a reason. Yes, G, yes. Yeah. That would be like me seeing me now 5 years ago and looking at this woman saying, who the fuck is that? That's not me. I don't do that. I hate being in front of a camera. I hate this. I hate that. I hate that. I would never do this. I would never do that. I would never do that. And here I am. Right? So that's the thing. Oh, that's beautiful. You were just talking about being gentle. And guess what I just brought in? Double twos. 2, 2. Yeah, if I'm going to bring twos, might as well bring doubles in this time. And elephants. Are you feeling this stream like wrapped around like certain energies, eh? Elephants. 2, 2. 22. Tender embrace. Me has never seen this card. It's beautiful. Whew. Where's the book? Number 7. Boom. Nicholas, you would be blinded because your light quotient has increased exponentially. 22 is by birth numbers added up. Right on, Nicholas. Boom. 22, tender embrace, compassion, warm-hearted care for self and others, sensitivity and empathy, benevolence, and kindness. Put your hand on your heart and breathe deeply, inhaling a sense of gratitude. Now, how do you feel? Keep doing this, tuning into the world around you, others you know and even those you don't know. And can you feel compassion for them? Compassion is an emotion of tenderness and sensitivity. It's a feeling of benevolence and reverence as you stand witness to the suffering of the world. And now is the time to reduce that pain and focus on compassion in all areas of your life. Do something today deliberately kind for another. Even look at a stranger in the eye and smiling can make a world of difference. The questions to ask now are, where do I need to be kinder and gentler? How can I serve, and in what capacity can I be in alignment with the solution to the suffering of the world? Could it be that you need to be more compassionate towards yourself? If you spend all your time in service to others, it's easy to forget about your own needs. When you accept yourself, you can bring more love towards and others. Today, make a commitment to practice self-compassion. Release yourself from the burdens of perfectionism and allow yourself the grace to be human. And then do the same for others. It's not your job to tell others how to express themselves, even if you don't like the way the world behaves. And today, be kind for no reason at all and watch miracles arise. Be kind for no reason at all and watch miracles arise. Be kind for no reason at all and watch miracles arise. Those are words to live by. Words to live by for no reason. For no reason. To the point where your life changes so much that people actually ask you, how are you so sweet? How are you so kind? Why are you being nice to me? When you hit that target point of shocking somebody, why are you being so nice to me? You've gotten to the sweetness, man. You've gotten to that sweet spot where people are reacting to you, asking you, why are you being nice to me? Because you're doing it for no reason. Because loving the unlovable, the people that nobody can be nice to, or some people are never nice to, brings out the sweet spot in the unlovable people. Because when you love the unlovable is the sweetest spot of all, because they're all marshmallows deep down inside, right? We think that it's all the empaths saying, like, I'm so sweet, I'm so nice, and it hurts me that whales are destroyed across the world. Well, sometimes, you know, those are the ones perpetuating the most, like, certain other things. Because that, you know, anger and that I have no way to lash out at the world and be mad at, you know, that certain things die or certain things are killed. They lash out in other ways. So loving the unlovable, getting to the sweet spot. Second elephant that came to me, the first one had a heart on her ear. Yeah. Yeah. Kindness for absolutely no reason. No reason. No reason at all. When you get to the point that when you go shopping and your biggest concern is to make sure that someone else has a parking spot instead of you. That when you're driving through the parking lot, you're actually checking, would it be better for me to park there? It's kind of cold out. Somebody with a kid or somebody who's older could park there and I could park somewhere else and walk farther. You know, certain things like that. When you're walking into the store, are you conscious of your movements of, like, does anybody need help? Does anybody need a smile? All those things. When you actually go out into the world and you think that anybody who goes can go first, you're not first. The best thing, two people going to takeout at the same time and you actually let other people go first. Holy shit, for no reason. Those are little steps that actually change everything of the energy and frequency around you. Once you start going out and about and it's not about you being first, that you would let everybody drive before you. You're always willing to let somebody go first. It changes everything of your perspective. That everyone else has the right to go before you do. And that's not saying that you don't stand in your sovereignty, because that one time that you're really in a hurry, because all those times you opened the doors, you left the parking spot, you left all those spots, that one time where you're really in a hurry, magic happens. You don't even have to stress out because it just naturally happens for itself. That one time you're in a hurry and you wouldn't ask anybody. But that one lady's going to come and say, here, take my spot, honey. It's beautiful. And I know because it happened to me last week when I was somewhere and I was just like, oh man. And didn't say anything. But somebody just came and said, hey, you go. And I was like, wow, how did you know? I can't be here anymore. I gotta go. She's like, it doesn't matter. Just go. It's okay. And I was just like, wow. You know, because I wasn't standing there thinking that I was more important and that I had to get out of there, but I just knew I couldn't be there longer, and the miracle just came. I didn't have any expectation. I'm still shocked that it happened, but that angel that day, the way that I hope I'm the angel that day, that when there's two of us going towards the line, I just assume that the other person needs it more than I do, because I don't in that moment. So I let that person go. And when that comes back of that one time that I feel like, you know, somebody let me go. So for all the times that I just do it because it's just natural, you know, it's beautiful and it's simple. And the more you perpetuate, things come back in different ways. not because you perpetuate a lot of unconditional love towards humans that you'll get that same treatment back from them or other people, but the universe will provide every single thing in alignment in a way that makes up for the fact that free will people still are not ready to act in certain ways, but nature and synchronicities and abundance will flow in different forms. So one of the things that can be the, like to get to the point of, that you give, you have no expectations, and it doesn't come back from humans. It doesn't come back from the people. It's okay. It will at some point. Yeah, Nicholas, I have no motive other than the advancement of love. I know. Yeah. Yeah, I really believe it is true about the hurries. The more that in my daily life, I just go about allowing and not being in a hurry, then that one time or those little times where something makes it that I don't have to be in a hurry, those little times, because things just naturally occur for themselves. And that's the thing is, it's important. You can't just perpetuate love to the things that are easy and be kind to just a few things and a few people because they deserve it, right? If you hoard all your attention and on certain things of, hey, I love you, you deserve my love, you deserve my attention, but don't give it elsewhere, stagnation happens very fast. Everywhere, even when it's not, wanted, then it can't come back. Gathering your tribe. Nicholas, do you have any advice, tips, or tricks for like the itchy scalpness of like crown chakras that are opening and just like so itchy? Or do you have any other words for itchiness? Is there a reason that some people itch so much for crown, like for the head, and some people don't? Just wondering. Gathering your tribe. You are loved and you are lovable. You deserve love. Support in all forms is flowing to you and you can relax. There is so much love around you. Communicate from your heart. Share your truth. You are safe. Diminish your time with those that do not empower you or believe in you. And I'm going to add diminish your time to those who do not empower you or believe in you, or those who are just too willing to take what you have to give without giving the same thing back. Or more. And or more. And that's important. Or more. Because the well of love, just, there's an abundant supply. And you got to give it back the same way. It can't flow if it's not reciprocal, balanced, and in harmony. If the Gathering Your Tribe card chooses you, this means the sustenance in all its forms is flowing into your life and your people, those people who resonate with you. And your people can include plants, animals, minerals, and trees as well as people. Boom, I just said that you might be giving your love away, humans, all of that, but it won't come back in that form. It will come back in the form of animals, plants, minerals, and trees. That's important because it can hurt to just be love and not receive it back. So when you are 144% that you're receiving it back from the ants, from everything that's so little, then you don't feel bypassed by love. You don't feel bypassed when you notice the little things. And it's so important because it's the little things that will come and show up. It's not the big things that you expect or want or think you deserve. So, it's so important. Like, so important. It's pivotal because otherwise it makes you want to stop giving love. If you're waiting for any human to be kind to you back, you're fucked. You're fucked. You're so fucked. You can't even be your kids, your partner. You can't wait for any human. But be ready to suck up. Take all the little things that come. They'll make you feel that more than humans will, because the bugs, the certain things, the synchronicities don't have that human wound frequency. So it's more pure. It's purer. It's purer than pure. Oh, goody, Dragonfly, you're still on live. Tree home again. Yeah, I've been going at it, 336. I love the way you said, oh, goody. It looks like, oh, Gordy, and that's a big sync for me. Nicholas says, brush your hair. It stimulates the scalp. Tap your sinuses right next to your nostrils and spin in circles 3 times, not to get dizzy. Then spin 3 times and recalibrate your internal input. I love the way you write that because I personally, I'm good with my hair. My hair is my antenna. Anything that happens on my head, whether it be a poke, an itch, anything, I'm cool on it. But just I wanted what your take on it was. And I do that as well. First of all, I don't brush my hair a lot. I brush my hair once after it's washed. That's it. I do not like the sensation of that. But I massage my hair, like my head and scalp all the time. Like all the time. Brush is invasive, but my fingers are not. I have curly hair, so there is none of that pull my fingers through, but I massage my hair. I go like this to pull the curls up, right? My hair is part of my interaction with myself, my higher self, of knowing where I'm at. So anyone that was in my kind of reality that I spoke openly to in the last month knows that, I actually cried and was scared that I was losing so much hair, because my hair tells me where I'm at. So I can lie to myself all I want and say anything or be whatever, but my hair will tell me when I'm like, shh, it's not as thick, the strands are not strong. I can break my hair apart by going like this, or I can find a hair and pull on it and make knots in it like a piece of string. So the frequency, texture of hair is really important. Yeah, and I do the spinny a lot. I believe in spinning. I believe in figure 8s, Nicholas. I believe in figure. You don't even need a lot of space, like just the figure 8. Like it's just, it releases so much. Spinning does that for me as well. And it's not like spinning with abandon and fast and then wiping out. It's just the allowing, the turning of seeing everything, right? The owl, the turning, if you spin anything around, you're going to get, right? You toss the dice, you got to move something around. Boom, Nicholas. Tingling is usually a sign of energy trying to move through, but it's stuck. And you can unstick things with intent, with allowing, with asking. But there's always a reason for everything. Some people think I'm funny because I bring it to such a high level, and it's like, but what do you mean? But I mean, if I all of a sudden feel an itch on my shoulder, why? Why? Why is a part of my body having any kind of thing? So what is that? Is it, Sometimes it's literally, my angel's hand on my shoulder or something like that. Or it's a frequency from whatever. But every single thing that happens to my body, there's a reason. You don't just all of a sudden sneeze. You don't just all of a sudden are itchy. There's no reason for anything and not understand or figure out or flow or accept all those things. Yes, my hair is very curly. Your hair's flowier. Yeah, you have that perfect hair that's easy to brush. And honestly, Nicholas, it's because I do not like to brush my own hair. Because if my hair, I did brush it, it would brush into a flowier state from the repetitive brushing. And I know this because when I take one strand of hair and I just curl at it and do what I want, I manifest it into something different. So Nicholas says, I spun so fast the other day. The momentum carried me 900, 3 full circles. I'm not sure if I read that right. It made my fingers tingle like magic wands. Yes, spinning makes my fingers tingle as well. Yeah, curly is cool. I say that the stuff that needs to come into me either sticks in the curls, or stuff that shouldn't come into me sticks in the curls, depending on how I'm choosing to perceive my hair. I believe hair is our wings, right? We don't have wings. If you had wings and you had feathers, how would you be with your feathers? Because your hair is your feathers. You know, how much stuff do you choose to put in your hair? Do you believe your hair has to be controlled, right? Is it wild? What does wild mean? You know, what's your perception of your own hair? How you treat your own hair? What you believe about your own hair? The fact that people have hair or people don't have hair, and the perception of that. What it means to someone who sees energy to see someone without hair. Hair is also a mask. As much as it's wings and antenna, it's also a mask. It's a frame that people use. They decorate themselves a certain way. Does that mean that, you know, because people have a certain type of hair, that they're beautiful as above, so below? You know, all those things. Just everything. And I'm not talking about judging hair. I'm talking about what it feels like as a frequency. So I'm not saying that, you know, looking at somebody's hair and like having a judgment because there's a certain color or cut. But I mean looking at it and what is the frequency of that hair. Hair as feathers, yeah. Hair is an expression of self. An expression of self, a protection of self sometimes because it's our wings. The loss of what it feels like to, you know, have hair, love your hair, and then lose hair, you know, is big. But what someone who has no hair and a complete baldness, frequency doesn't lie. So there's nothing, no other colors of hair and all of that distraction. Aura and energy is just like, whoo, of what it can look like. Frequency. I'm growing, so I let my hair grow. Hair is an expression of self, says Nicholas. I was stifled and I used to cut my hair. Now I'm growing and so is my hair, and I never had such long hair. Yeah, and Nicholas, I don't often comment about other people's hair because my hair is fucking sacred and I don't like people talking about it certain ways, but your hair is amazing. It's magical, like seriously, legit, bro. You got like a fucking enchanted forest because you are allowing it. Enchanted forest is your head. You know, uncharted, I know not your hair, but I'm just saying like my perception of it is just like, whoa. The allowing of it. Certain people in the last year have said, you know, oh, I cut my hair. And they say this all randomly, like, yeah, I cut my hair. And in the background, I cried. I've cried. Why? Because you tell me you want your power, but then you cut part of it away and you have no idea of what you've done because you've done it so unconsciously that you didn't even do it in a way that was sacred of having a connection with the person. You went to any fucking random person, stuck a mask on, had your fucking head done. You didn't have the connection of what you should do with that hair in order to honor yourself and what you've done. You don't even know the part of your power you've cut off. Some people like just don't even resonate and understand there's a reason for Samson and Delilah. There's a reason for the story of Samson. It's one of the biggest stories of all time. And the program of certain things, because if you're not in connection with your whole body and just eliminating fucking hairs, washing yourself all the time, you're not in connection with your power, your smell, who you are, your pheromones are part of what you're cutting off as yourself every day. Programmed and told you smell a certain way and you must do certain like rituals every time you perform the ritual of taking a shower and wiping off your stuff and not being proud of how you smelled, how you were, is what part of the programs are of us.
Mom, what's he say?
I'm removing Christmas I'm glad I'm not at the cottage for the undecorated party. And then Renee says, huh? Removing the Christmas decorations, you mean?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, I didn't.
Can I have the charger back? I'm at 1% and... You know what I mean? So that it's really big, the part of the programming of what we're taught as humans that's, you know, good and pure and right and wrong and all that shit. Literally shit. You know? Blows my mind sometimes to think that, you know, some people have no clue of certain things and can't just eliminate everything from your body and let it go and not realize you've let go of part of yourself. Yeah. Everything that has shame of you for your smell or for how it should look that someone else wants you to is a part of you giving your power away.
1 minute until 4.
I know. Yeah, they might not be ready exactly at 4, right?
I'm not.
Joke. I know. I'm not being mean. I love your jokes. Please don't get sensitive on me. That makes you feel bad. You know what I mean? Yeah. There's so many things. Yes, laughing my ass off. Jesus hair. Yes, the Jesus hair for sure. And that's the thing is that the cutting it, some people have like certain things where they just need the short hair. Can you go in the other room?
Hello?
Where they need that, you know?
I can't see you.
So there's an awareness of self. Everyone's different. So, you know, me sitting here and saying like you cut your hair and you have no respect for it, only you know if you do, right? I said earlier, when I chose to go and have somebody do my hair, you know, it was a monogamous fucking 13-year relationship. Nobody else touches my fucking hair, but then yeah, that's it. You know, if he wasn't available, it wasn't like, oh, just give me the best person. No. Sacred. One. So... the exchange of energy of women doing my hair and, you know, the sensation of being touched and somebody says, you know, yes, I know how to cut curly hair, and then they don't. They don't. Yeah. Love matters. I'm gonna do this last one. If there's another one, I'll pull it out, but I think I'm almost done. You good?
Just getting set up.
Okay, you guys gonna play Yahtzee again? Or?
Yeah, like 5 minutes. He's just having a smoke outside. And
okay, and what's your battery at? Are you gonna need the charger? Okay, I'll bring it to you. Love matters. 43. 4 and 3 is 7. The way you handle things is important. There will always be many challenges and life lessons, as that is part of the experience. Choose to learn from your encounters. Get your heart ready to receive and allow for various emotions you may be feeling. Consider what makes you happy. It's a time to make yourself a day of enjoyment. Love who you are and be willing to receive love and give love unconditionally.
Mom,
Good night, Alex.
my iPad's at 7 and I need to put the screen up, to see. So
Okay.
it's time.
I'll be there in a minute.
Yeah.
I'm just wrapping up this. Okay, one more little animal and Mama Bear's gonna go. Thanks for being here, putting the energy out. Yeah, I love your hair, Nicholas. And one of the things that, like, just, it's sacred. I can't imagine touching somebody's hair and saying that out loud. And maybe it's because so many people, have said it to me that it's just like, rah. But just, it's a part. And that being said, if you showed up tomorrow and it was like, shoo, you know what I mean? That power is still there. It's just, it's different when you just know that, yes, that needs to go, but that you did it because of, certain things, not other things. I don't know how to explain it. Hey, you caught the end, Fire Drake 009 at 16:03. So I got 369 right there on the screen when I saw that. Fire Drake. Prosperity. Yeah, prosperity for sure, Nicholas. Ooh, boom. Squirrel is kind of prosperous, eh? With all those nuts. Lily Rose and the Nutcracker cracking nuts earlier. 5 and 7. Might as well bring a 5 and 7 in separately. Put them together. That's 12. Put 1 and 2 together. It's a trinity of 3. Believe in yourself. Believe in yourself. I know, now Fire Drake is here. I just want to be here for another minute or so at least. Oh my gosh. Just got here, dude. Got anything you want to just put in the energy of my stream, our stream today? Just, it's 3:53, 16:04. That's 4:04 Eastern Time. Any keywords, syncs, phrases, or anything important that you want to put in, Fire Drake? Fire Drake, I don't think I'm gonna full circle all the cards, just because I don't want to drag on the end, because I am getting where I need to go get some different sustenance than just a little coffee and a little break here or there. And I didn't take care of myself to make food, so I'll have to figure something out. But look, I've pulled 2 goddesses so far today, okay? They're both 2s. I don't know. And where's my 22? I know I pulled out a 22 earlier. Or no, that's the 22. Anyways, so look, I'm going to pull a 3rd goddess. But the first 2, number 2, Aphrodite. 2. There's 2 swans here, Fire Drake. I should send that to you just for the swan activations. Me not know why, but is swan a sync for you, or like in your syncs right now, Fire Drake? Because I feel really called to say there's 2 swans right there, even if you can't see them. So Aphrodite, 2. Then Demeter, 11, which is 2. 1 and 1 is 2. Nurturer. So the swans in the first card, the grain, and the harvest in the second is what stands out for me. Demeter, number 2, nurturer. And let's see who comes out as the 3rd, because I want to pull a trinity of cards. Why? Because, Fire Drake, you found me when I was in a Trinity video. Yeah, I know, eh? I gotta find a way to full circle and give myself shivers there somewhere, eh? Yeah, Fire Drake found me, my Lucy, me miss my Lucy, and putting her energy. And Melissa, Thoughts and Perceptions Out Loud. Our Trinity videos. Holy crap, that's a lot of cards. If 2 came out, Fire Drake, I gotta keep them, right? Oh my gosh, I'm shivering now, Fire Drake. Why? Because I've got her beside me. I never put her away since I took her out for Road Trip Eddie the other day. Okay, and 2 cards just flipped out of the deck. One's a 7 and one's a 5, 3 and 4, 7. So boom, I've had her beside me for days and days, I think a week. And as I started the stream today, I told myself, am I putting her away today or am I keeping her? And I wanted to keep her beside me. And at the end of the stream, boom, she popped out. I don't mean to do double pulls. Reverence, 5 and 0. And the other one that came out is Maya, 3 and 4, Illusions. So I wanted a Trinity pull and got an extra one. And I'm going to read them both for the words that come out. I'm going to start with Maya, Illusion, because that's one of the things that I talked about a lot, is seeing beyond the illusion. And I say we, you know what I mean. A lot of pink again. And that pink energy, that feminine nurture energy is really important right now. Holding space. Not gonna like pussyfoot around it and say it too. There's a lot of feminine holding so much space and not getting back what they're putting out. And I'm not saying this in like a negative yucky way. I'm throwing it out, sending it out, the nurturing energy towards those that have given too much and not received and need to just receive. I'm sending it out collectively. When you look at the world, everything you see appears to be real. So it's easy to imagine that your current conditions are influenced only by obvious actions and calculated movements. This is an illusion, as everything is intricately connected, though not visible to us due to the limitations imposed on our perceptions by our 5 senses. The Hindu goddess of illusion, Maya, calls you to trust that the invisible world is responding to your deepest desires and intentions to make a better life for you and yourself and others. You are able to see through the curtains of illusion. Your clarity and intuition is heightened as your next steps are sure-footed. When the goddess Maya chooses to help you, trust that everything you need arises from your world with ease. The goddess Maya comes to give you some clarity now. How have you been in denial of your life lately? Have you been chasing after an outcome that eludes you? Do you want to believe in something or someone so badly, perhaps drawn by a potential you hope to see come into fruition, that you have lost your way and given your power to them? Your alignment task is to summon your courage and be willing to see things as they really are, rather than the way you want them to be. And be honest with yourself. Goddess Maya understands the seduction of the illusion of separation. After all, she created the illusion of individual self. Once the illusion is faded, you're free to choose another path, another way, and other people to connect deeply with. This is a wonderful time to do self-inventory of your life, how you love, what you believe, who you follow, why you choose to live the way you do. When Maya comes to break down the illusions and delusions, it's a very auspicious sign. I'm going to flow that into Elf herself, saying it's break time this week. Break time. I feel there might be a lot of feminine taking a step back for a little while. Not forever, not to disappear, but just to recalibrate. As part of the feminine that was on a certain timeline heading towards certain directions, none of those things have come into fruition. I am not a mama bear to hang on to timelines or to try to like tear down walls or anything. Everything's supposed to happen easily. Frequency does not lie. Frequency merges, frequency acts. That is important. I said it and I meant it, and there's nothing that will hold me back in these timelines. I have not, because for me, the new year began already, and my real flip of the new year is not January 1st, it's January 7th. So in the next 10 days is my certain evaluation of like everything that I thought, all those things manifesting into the things or the timelines of, you know, what is for my greatest and highest good. And it's, yes, the evaluations that are evaluating themselves within, like, it's not even me really just evaluating. It's that it's all fallen away anyways, or I'm hanging on to it, and it's not serving me. It's not serving me at all. There are certain things that I will not perpetuate in the same way, and I stand by that for myself of what I need as my timelines to come into fruition. So there's a lot of me that has spent years investing what I choose to put out on YouTube, saving a certain part of myself for the next part. So meaning other people did their journey a different way. They played guitar, or they sang, or they showed gifts on YouTubes and were never so personal or whatever. So I've done the opposite, where I've gotten so comfortable in front of the camera to talk about any goddamn thing that comes out of my mouth and not be self-conscious, that the next steps are coming for me now. Oh, I'm sorry, honey.
It's okay, I'll call again.
So my iPad will die too. I'm only at 1%, so whatever's meant to be heard will be heard, and the rest will just be for whatever. But that's what's next for me, is that I anticipated this and did this the way that I was guided for already 2 years, and now is a different steps for me. So I don't know exactly what I'm going to choose, because the world is my oyster. It's me all alone choosing it. So it's pretty amazing. Reverence. Now is the time to view your world through the lens of peace, harmony, and reconciliation. The domain of the Lakota goddess, white buffalo calf woman. It's time to leave. Where's the other one? I just want her. She was at my side the whole stream on this side, and then she came out at the end. So I just want to show, for me, it's as above, so below. It's full circle, because this card, I actually debated at the beginning, do I put you back in? And she said no. And then she came out at the end, flew out of the deck. The domain of the Lakota goddess, white buffalo calf woman. It's time to leave the right and wrong, good or bad, zero-sum game world behind, and enter the space where you can find the sacred ground of sharing, without guile and negotiating from a desire that everyone benefits. You will be so glad you did. Take a humble yet grounded approach to your life right now, and only good will come. The goddess white buffalo catwoman. I said catwoman by accident. Whoa, that was a weird slip of the tongue. White buffalo catwoman slipped out of my tongue. Appears to support this way of being in the world. Unconscious choices and behaviors and Anybody still there? No, good. Sorry about that. battery died.